Chapter 1307. A gigantic human silhouette appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It stood there like a small hill. The human silhouette was an old man in a golden robe. There was a golden mole between the old man's brows. It was dazzling like a small sun. They can't stop you, but can I? The pair of illusory eyes of the golden-robed old man's silhouette flashed. His piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void and landed on Chen Bei. It was as though a gigantic rock had fallen from his gaze. It was so oppressive that Chen Bei's expression changed drastically. First Island Master. Chen Bei took a deep breath and bowed respectfully at the silhouette in the sky. There was fear in his eyes. At the same time, he said anxiously, Chen Bei dares not. First Island Master. At the same time, the group of Hidden Fog Island's elders and disciples, including Fang Wen, the third island master of Hidden Fog Island, bowed at the silhouette in the sky. He stood in the sky with a majestic aura. He's the first island master of Hidden Fog Island? He doesn't seem to be a real person. I wonder what technique he has. I've heard that the first island master of Hidden Fog Island has a mystical ability that ordinary people can't imagine. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, he really lives up to his reputation. How terrifying. The real person hasn't shown up yet. It's just a silhouette, but it gives people a strong sense of oppression. Everyone present, including the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent, deeply realized how terrifying the first island master of Hidden Fog Island was. He's the first island master of Hidden Fog Island? What technique is this? Duan Lingtian could not help but mutter softly as he looked at the human silhouette in the sky. Apart from shock, his heart was filled with doubt. This old man is a powerhouse at the peak of the innate stage. He only needs one more step to reach the mortal shedding stage. At this moment, a voice resonated from Duan Lingtian's body. It was Wang Ba who spoke. Peak of the innate stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. That's right. According to the words of your mortal continent, it is the peak of the Emperor Wu realm. In the Dao Martial Saint land, he can be considered to have entered the peak of the innate stage. He's only one step away from the mortal shedding stage. Wang Ba continued, as for the skill he's using now, it's the innate illusion, which can be mastered by any martial cultivator who has reached the peak of the greater heaven realm. Innate illusion. Duan Lingtian nodded. What's the use of this innate phantom? The innate illusory body doesn't have much use in the Dao Martial Saint land other than to confuse people. However, it can be used to scare people in a place ruled by mortals, just like now. Wang Ba added. I see. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. He could understand Wang Ba's words. The innate illusory body was very common in the Dao Martial Saint land, but it was extremely rare in the Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands where mortals ruled. However, when Duan Lingtian looked at the golden-robed old man's figure in the sky again, his heart was still filled with shock. The peak of the Emperor Wu stage. This golden-robed old man, the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island, was actually at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. It's very likely that he's the one who's leading the Hidden Fog martial competition. What does he need us to do when he's at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Just like that time when Emperor Wu's secret treasure was opened in the northern desert, forces such as Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, and Five Elements Sect had recruited young powerhouses just for the sake of obtaining the profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. All of this was because the powerhouses from the various forces were unable to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Emperor Wu's secret treasure only allowed those below the age of 40 to enter. This time, the Hidden Fog martial competition also has an age requirement. Those below the age of 70. Don't tell me that there's a place similar to Emperor Wu's secret treasure that's about to open. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he thought about this. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so coincidental. Then, what does the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island want from us? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out. You don't dare. Is there anything that you don't dare to do, Chen Bei? At this moment, the golden-robed old man's silhouette in the sky spoke again. He mocked Chen Bei, the second island master of the hidden fog island. First island master, I just want to kill the enemy who killed my son with my own hands. Chen Bei took a deep breath and said. Chen Bei, although you're not the one who's leading the hidden fog martial competition, I remember you were there when I set the rules of the hidden fog martial competition. Do you need me to repeat the rules of the hidden fog martial competition for you? The golden-robed old man asked. His tone was as cold as ice. First island master, I'm confused. Chen Bei had a panicked expression on his face. At the same time, he lowered his head silently. He looked like a child who was being recognized in front of an adult. There's a difference in the severity of the matter. Remember, apart from being Qinji's father, you're also the second island master of the hidden fog island. The golden-robed old man left these words behind before he disappeared. The human-shaped silhouette in the sky disappeared without a trace. At this moment, most of the people present finally heaved a sigh of relief. The appearance of the golden-robed old man was just a silhouette, but it was enough to make them feel suffocated. Second island master, do you still want to continue? Fang Wen looked at Chen Bei and asked nonchalantly. Humph. Chen Bei snorted softly. He stared at Duan Lingtian for a moment before he turned around and left. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before everyone's eyes. It seems like this Chen Bei still hasn't given up. I can't stay on the hidden fog island anymore. Now that the first island master of the hidden fog island has stepped in, he shouldn't dare to kill me for the time being. However, once I lose my value, be it the third island master of the hidden fog island or the first island master of the hidden fog island, they won't be able to protect me anymore. At that time, Chen Bei will definitely kill me. Duan Lingtian's heart sank. He planned to find an opportunity to leave in the next few days. The first island master of the hidden fog island is so terrifying. Duan Lingtian won the first place in the hidden fog martial competition and he's actually protected by him. It seems like I'll have to find another suitable opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Yuhan Emperor Wu's expression turned grave. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. He was afraid of the first island master of the hidden fog island. Initially, she thought Duan Lingtian had offended the hidden fog island by killing Qinji and would not be protected by the powerhouses of the hidden fog island. It was only now that she realized she was wrong. It seems like the hidden fog island's purpose of holding the hidden fog martial competition isn't that simple. At this moment, Yuhan Emperor Wu also guessed something. No matter what, the hidden fog martial competition had come to an end. Everyone left one after another. 10 days later, the rewards for the top 30 people in the hidden fog martial competition would be given out. Apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 29 people were looking forward to it. Brother Yang, here are 3 saint stones. Please accept them. On the way back, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and passed the spatial ring that contained the 3 saint stones to Yang Hui. Apart from the 10 saint stones that were rewarded for the hidden fog martial competition, he had also obtained 2 saint stones from Qinji's spatial ring. There were a total of 12 saint stones. Therefore, he decided to give 3 to Yang Hui. No matter what, it was all thanks to Yang Hui that he was able to come to the hidden fog island and participate in the hidden fog martial competition. Naturally, Yang Hui wanted the 3 saint stones. However, he politely declined in the end. However, after Duan Lingtian insisted, he finally accepted it. He thanked Duan Lingtian sincerely. Thank you, Brother Lingtian. Yang Hui subconsciously lowered his attitude when he faced Duan Lingtian. Naturally, all of this was because of the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. He had only suspected it before this. However, now, Yang Hui could confirm it. Duan Lingtian's strength was no longer inferior to his. If they were to fight to the death, he might not be Duan Lingtian's match. After returning to the southern island of the Hidden Fog Island, Duan Lingtian did not rush to leave with Ke and Li Fei. The Hidden Fog martial competition had just ended. It was undoubtedly unwise to leave now. Ke, little Fei, I'll bring both of you out of the Hidden Fog Island in 5 days and return to Cloud Continent. After Duan Lingtian informed the two girls, he entered his room and began to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Divine Dragon Form. The Divine Dragon Form was the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. It was also the last form. According to Emperor Wu's memory, the Divine Dragon Form could be cultivated until the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. The Divine Dragon Form is the mental cultivation method that I started cultivating when I was at the Martial Monarch stage. Even if I can cultivate until the peak of the Emperor Wu stage, what about after the peak of the Emperor Wu stage? The peak of the Emperor Wu stage is only the peak of the innate stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. After the innate stage, there's still the mortal shedding stage and the Saint Rudiment stage. After the Saint Rudiment stage, there's still the Saint stage. If Duan Lingtian used to think that the Emperor Wu stage was the peak that he could reach. However, the current him did not think so. His horizons were much wider than before. This Saint Stone, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a Saint Stone. He had already learned about the Saint Stone's function from Yang Hui. It could rapidly raise one's cultivation base. Holding the Saint Stone in his hand as he cultivated, Duan Lingtian circulated the mental cultivation method of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Divine Dragon Form. He could clearly feel a powerful energy surging into his body from the Saint Stone. It felt like it did not take long before he broke through the bottleneck that was only one step away from breaking through to the second level of the Emperor Wu stage. In just a blink of an eye, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body changed. His cultivation base successfully entered the second level of the Emperor Wu stage. I broke through just like that. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and his expression was slightly dazed. The breakthrough this time gave him a feeling that it was very unreal. I feel like the speed at which this Saint Stone helped me raise my cultivation base is even more exaggerated than the rebirth pill. However, it's also consumed very quickly. It's only been a short while, and I've already consumed half of it. Duan Lingtian could clearly see that the Saint Stone in his hand had dimmed a little as his cultivation base had broken through to the second level of the Emperor Wu stage. It seemed like it had consumed a lot of energy. I wonder how long I've been cultivating. It feels like only 1 or 2 days. After leaving the house, Duan Lingtian learned from the two girls that he had been cultivating for 3 days. No wonder they say that time flies when one cultivates. It seems like it's true. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. Chapter 1308. The people from Leiyun Peak stayed in a forest on the east side of the southern island of the Hidden Fog Island. They stayed in a spacious mansion that stood in the forest. The people from the Hidden Fog Island had arranged for them to stay in this mansion. Not far from the west side of the mansion, a figure stood in the air. He was looking in the direction of the mansion through the forest. Zhou Yi. This person was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just rushed over. Duan Lingtian only had one purpose in coming here, and that was to kill Zhou Yi and take the Devil Seal Tablet back from him. The Devil Seal Tablet belonged to him in the first place. If he had not lost his mind and lost the Devil Seal Tablet in the Lost Stone Forest, the Devil Seal Tablet would still be in his hands now. Now, he only wanted to take back what belonged to him. He did not have a good impression of Zhou Yi. If Zhou Yi had not taken Tian Wu away, he would not have gone to the Lost Stone Forest. If he had not gone to the Lost Stone Forest, he would not have used the Devil Seal Tablet by force. The side effect of using the Devil Seal Tablet for the 3rd time almost cost him his life. He still had lingering fears when he thought about it. However, Duan Lingtian waited for a long time, but Zhou Yi did not seem to have any intention of leaving. Thunder Emperor Wu's ability is not inferior to Frosty Emperor Wu. Although I've made a breakthrough to the second-level Emperor Wu stage, I don't have the confidence to fight him. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to wait here for the rabbit to appear. If he had the confidence to defeat Thunder Emperor Wu, he would have barged into the mansion in front of him and killed Zhou Yi to take back the Devil Seal tablet that belonged to him. Huh? After a while, Duan Lingtian noticed someone coming out of the mansion in front of him. When he saw the person, his eyes that lit up suddenly dimmed again. This was because this person was not Zhou Yi. Instead, he was one of the 9 martial emperor's disciples that martial emperor Lei Ming brought along. Seeing that the person who came out was about to leave, Duan Lingtian had an idea. Waiting for Zhou Yi like this isn't a good idea after all. I'll start with him. Seeing the Thundercloud Peak disciple leave, Duan Lingtian quietly followed. Soon, he stopped the Thundercloud Peak disciples. Duan Lingtian? What do you want? When the Thundercloud Peak's disciple saw Duan Lingtian, he had a vigilant expression on his face. He was afraid of this purple-clad young man who had won first place in the Hidden Fog martial competition 3 days ago. I just want to make a deal with you. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he spoke to the Thundercloud Peak disciples. What business? The Thundercloud Peak disciple asked. Help me lure Zhou Yi out. Once it's done, I'll give you 2,000 supreme-grade primal stones. What do you think? Duan Lingtian said. 2,000 supreme-grade primal stones. When the Thundercloud Peak's disciple heard this, his breathing quickened. He was only an ordinary disciple under Emperor Wu's command. He was not Emperor Wu's direct disciple. To him, 2,000 supreme-grade primal stones was a huge fortune. Soon after, the Thundercloud Peak's disciple's breathing stabilized as he said, Zhou Yi is Emperor Wu's direct disciple. If I harm him, Emperor Wu won't let me off. 3,000 supreme-grade primal stones. Duan Lingtian interrupted him. As long as you can lure him out without alerting anyone, I'll kill him to prevent any future trouble. At that time, the dead can't testify. Who would know that you lured him out for me to kill? Duan Lingtian continued. All right. When the Thundercloud Peak's disciple heard Duan Lingtian's promise of 3,000 supreme-grade primal stones, he could no longer suppress the greed in his heart and agreed decisively. Zhou Yi had always been the target of his jealousy. Now that he had the chance to trick him, it was beneficial to him. There was no harm in doing so. Here are 1,000 supreme-grade primal stones. Consider it a deposit. I'll give you the other 2,000 supreme-grade primal stones after this is done. Let me remind you, don't try to play any tricks. Otherwise, I'll kill you on the spot even if you have Emperor Wu's protection. Duan Lingtian threatened when he reached the end of his sentence. I'm sure you've seen how much the Hidden Fog Island values me 3 days ago. In order to protect me, the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Emperor Wu, who's at the peak of the Hidden Fog Island, even personally came. The peak of the Emperor Wu stage? The Thundercloud Peak's disciple's eyes narrowed. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. 3 days ago, although he could see that the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island's ability was not simple, he did not expect him to be at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. If such a powerhouse wanted to, he could kill their Thundercloud Peak's Thunder Emperor Wu in just a blink of an eye. Go. Duan Lingtian said again. After the Thundercloud Peak's disciple took the spatial ring that contained the 1,000 supreme-grade primal stones, he turned around and returned to the mansion where the people from Thundercloud Peak were staying. As for Duan Lingtian, he followed far behind and hid at the side of the mansion. I hope he can really lure Zhou Yi out. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he hid behind the forest and looked in the direction of the mansion from afar. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw the Thundercloud Peak's disciple appear. There was another person who appeared with him. Just by looking at the back, he could tell it was Zhou Yi. After the two of them appeared, they left the mansion and headed north. After confirming that there was no one following them, Duan Lingtian made his move and followed them from afar. Soon after, he stopped them in a forest far away from the mansion. Zhou Yi. After appearing, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Yi calmly. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Duan Lingtian. Horror dawned on Zhou Yi's face. He did not expect to be so unlucky to encounter Duan Lingtian as soon as he stepped out of the door. Whoosh! At this moment, he noticed that Duan Lingtian shot a ray of light at him with just a raise of his hand. Origin energy and profundity rose from his body as he tried to block it. However, he was soon stunned. This was because he noticed that the Thundercloud Peak's disciple next to him had raised his hand to block the ray of light shot out by Duan Lingtian before flying away and disappearing before his eyes in just a blink of an eye. When the ray of light approached him, he realized it was a spatial ring. At this moment, he realized he had been deceived. Damn it! I can't believe I didn't guard against him. Now, he could roughly guess what was going on. The Thundercloud Peak's disciple must have bribed Duan Lingtian and helped Duan Lingtian lure him out. When Zhou Yi recalled the powerful strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed 3 days ago, he felt a chill run up his spine from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. Duan Lingtian, it was my fault for what happened back then. However, it was Emperor Wu who asked me to capture Miss Tian Wu and bring her to Lost Stone Forest. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Yi looked at Duan Lingtian and pushed all the blame to Emperor Wu. 3 days ago, before the Hidden Fog martial competition began, I met Emperor Wu once. He's not as powerful as I am, and his life is hanging by a thread. In order to survive, he told me everything. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou Yi indifferently and said slowly, including why you betrayed Lost Stone Forest. Horror dawned on Zhou Yi when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Run! Without any hesitation, Zhou Yi turned around and fled. What a joke! Since Duan Lingtian already knew everything, then the purpose of Duan Lingtian's visit was not as simple as taking revenge on him for kidnapping Feng Tianwu. He was here for the mysterious stone tablet. If he stayed, not only would the mysterious stone tablet be taken away, but he would also be killed. However, would he be able to escape? In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian appeared in Zhou Yi's path again and blocked his way. Duan Lingtian, I can give you the thing that you want. Zhou Yi's expression changed drastically. Zhou Yi's expression changed again. He realized it was impossible for him to escape under Duan Lingtian's nose. He immediately wanted to take out the Devil Seal tablet and beg Duan Lingtian to spare his life. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of letting him finish. He interrupted him, there's no need for you to say anything else. You'll definitely die today. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's body moved. It was as though he had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon. He opened his bloody mouth and charged at Zhou Yi as though he was going to swallow him whole. No! Zhou Yi's face was filled with despair as he let out a cry. Boom! Just as Zhou Yi cried out in alarm, he heard a loud bang. Immediately after, a vast, rolling shockwave landed on his body and sent him flying. Zhou Yi thought he would definitely die. The outcome would be the same whether he defended or not. Therefore, he did not deliberately defend himself against Duan Lingtian's attack. Because of this, he was blasted far away. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Zhou Yi spat out a mouthful of blood as he ignored the intense pain from the impact of the shockwave. His face was filled with ecstasy. After his ecstasy, he gradually calmed down. Logically speaking, with Duan Lingtian's strength, he should be able to blast me into pieces with just one blow. But, when Zhou Yi came to a halt and looked into the distance, he saw a figure standing in front of Duan Lingtian, blocking his path. Although the figure was a little blurry due to the distance, he could still recognize the silhouette of Martial Emperor Lei Ming's back with just a glance. I hope he can kill Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian will still be a huge threat to me if he's alive. Zhou Yi thought to himself. However, Zhou Yi did not go over. He merely watched from afar. This Duan Lingtian shouldn't be hiding his strength, right? An ominous feeling rose in his heart when he recalled how Duan Lingtian had displayed his strength step by step 3 days ago and how he had shocked him time and time again. No. I can't stay. Who knows if this Duan Lingtian is still hiding his strength? If he's really hiding his strength, and his true strength is enough to kill Thunder Emperor Wu, then, won't I be dead for sure? Run. I must run. Just in case, I must run. When Zhou Yi thought of this, he no longer hesitated and turned to flee. However, he had forgotten one thing. Chapter 1309. Duan Lingtian. What enmity do you have with Zhou Yi? Why do you want to kill him? Thunderclap Emperor Wu asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not answer Thunderclap Emperor Wu because he saw Zhou Yi's silhouette leaving. Anxious, he hurriedly moved to chase after Zhou Yi. No matter what, he could not let Zhou Yi escape. It would be fine if Zhou Yi escaped back to the Thundercloud Peak's residence. However, if he escaped from the hidden Fog Island, how would he be able to find Zhou Yi and take back the Devil Seal tablet in the vast land? However, he was stopped by Thunderclap Emperor Wu as soon as he moved. Get lost. Duan Lingtian was burning with anxiety. All he wanted to do was to chase after Zhou Yi, kill him, and take back the Devil Seal tablet. He did not have time to think about the Thunderclap Emperor Wu who was blocking his way. He simply threw a punch at him. Boom! Duan Lingtian's strength seemed to have transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon that charged out swiftly and crashed into Martial Emperor Lei Ming. It was as if the ground had collapsed when the punch was thrown out. However, Thunderclap Emperor Wu easily blocked Duan Lingtian's attack with a loud bang. Moreover, after Thunderclap Emperor Wu's energy crushed Duan Lingtian's energy, there was still a large portion of it left. It landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! As expected, Duan Lingtian was sent flying. His vital energy and blood were surging in his body. The intense pain that came from all over his body caused him to snap back to his senses. He hastily took out a royal-grade resurrection pill and consumed it. In just a short moment, Duan Lingtian's injuries were mostly healed. Thunderclap Emperor Wu. After he stopped moving, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with extreme coldness. He would not allow anyone to stop him from killing Zhou Yi. Whoosh! A bow and an arrow appeared in Duan Lingtian's hands out of thin air. It was his royal-grade spirit bow and arrow. As soon as the bow and arrow appeared in his hand, he pulled it into a full moon shape. Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian shot an arrow that was as black as ink in his hand. It was like a black electric snake streaking across the sky. It was so fast that Thunderclap Emperor Wu's expression changed, who was originally calm. In a hurry, Thunderclap Emperor Wu took out his quasi-royal grade spirit weapon and cast his most powerful technique to barely block Duan Lingtian's arrow. However, the remaining energy from the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon still caused his body to tremble violently. He didn't unleash his full force. When Duan Lingtian had not Lingtian had with him, he was to Lingtian's his, fear to his. At this moment, Duan Lingtian shot another arrow. It was the same arrow that he shot earlier. As soon as it returned to his hand, he shot it out again. After shooting the arrow, Duan Lingtian had no intention of stopping. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 arrows were shot at Emperor Wu. It was as though he would not stop until he killed Emperor Wu. That's not right. With his strength, even if he cast an advanced heaven-class martial skill, it shouldn't be this powerful. Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who had once again made his move to block the 3 arrows that Duan Lingtian shot out, had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Soon after, he finally realized what was going on. Saint grade martial tactic. That's right. It's a Saint-grade martial tactic. When Thunderclap Emperor Wu realized what was going on, his expression changed drastically. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had shot 3 arrows at Emperor Wu's vital points, gave up on Emperor Wu and dashed in the direction where Zhou Yi had escaped. After Thunderclap Emperor Wu dodged the 3 arrows, they returned to his hand. Zhou Yi. After flying for a while, Zhou Yi's figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's sight again. Whoosh! A piercing sound of wind whistling could be heard. It was obviously coming from behind. Duan Lingtian knew that Thunderclap Emperor Wu had caught up with him. I don't care anymore. Even if I have to give up an arrow, I must kill Zhou Yi. Duan Lingtian, who felt that time was running out, raised his hand and knocked an arrow on the strong bow in his hand. He aimed it at Zhou Yi's back. Stop! A thunderous voice came from behind Duan Lingtian and was getting closer. It's too late. Duan Lingtian sneered. The arrow in his hand whistled through the air and disappeared before his eyes in just a blink of an eye. Almost at the same time when he let go of the arrow, he saw Zhou Yi, who was running for his life, trembling before he fell to the ground. He's finally dead. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw this scene, as he was extremely confident in his archery skill. The arrow earlier had penetrated Zhou Yi's heart. However, the royal grade spirit arrow was nowhere to be seen. Since Zhou Yi was far away from him, he could not retrieve the arrow that killed Zhou Yi through the inscription formation that was inscribed on the bow and arrow. Although it was a pity, he did not feel any heartache. In his opinion, the fact that the arrow was able to kill Zhou Yi was already considered to have fulfilled its mission. In fact, the arrow had not only killed Zhou Yi, but it had also left behind the Devil Seal tablet for Duan Lingtian. If the arrow was gone, he could look for ink steel to refine it. However, if the Devil Seal tablet was gone, he would not be able to refine it as he wished. Boom! 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 Right at this moment, a wave of rolling airwaves that came from behind him woke Duan Lingtian up, causing him to hastily take out another arrow and shoot it out from his bow. At the same time, Duan Lingtian flew out and landed on the arrow. With the help of the arrow's speed, he managed to dodge the thunderous attack that Thunderclap Emperor Wu gave him. Duan Lingtian, I can't believe you actually know the Saint-grade martial tactic. In that case, don't blame me for being merciless. Thunderclap Emperor Wu shouted. The quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in his hand shook, and a storm-like attack swept out fiercely toward Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Thunderclap Emperor Wu had already killed Zhou Yi the moment he made his move. He did not kill Zhou Yi just to avenge him. More importantly, it was because of the Saint-grade martial tactic that Duan Lingtian had cast. At Thunderclap Emperor Wu's level, he was especially sensitive to certain things. For example, the Saint-grade martial tactic. After confirming that Duan Lingtian had cast the Saint-grade martial tactic, the first thought that appeared in his mind was not to ask Duan Lingtian to hand over the Saint-grade martial tactic. This was because he knew the Saint-grade martial tactic could only be cultivated through the Saint token. Moreover, those who had obtained the Saint token must have a powerhouse backing them up. That powerhouse was most likely someone who stood at the peak of Emperor Wu's level. Even if he was not, he must be someone who was close to the peak of Emperor Wu's level. He was not someone he could afford to offend. For this reason, after confirming that Duan Lingtian had cast the Saint-grade martial tactic, the first thought that appeared in his mind was to kill Duan Lingtian to silence him. Who knew if Duan Lingtian would ask that powerhouse to make a move on him in the future? This concerned his life, so he could not afford to gamble. Moreover, after killing Duan Lingtian, he would be able to confirm whether Duan Lingtian had the Saint token or not. If Duan Lingtian had the Saint token, it would undoubtedly be a great bonus. Even if he did not, he would still be able to avoid a life-or-death situation. Kill. At this moment, there was only one thought left in Thunderclap Emperor Wu's mind, and that was to kill Duan Lingtian to prevent future trouble. Due to the fact that he was determined to kill Duan Lingtian, Thunderclap Emperor Wu attacked again without holding back. He suppressed Duan Lingtian until he was forced to retreat again and again. He was in a precarious situation and could lose his life at any time. Although the colossal aerolite arrow was a Saint-grade martial tactic, and it was a human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic, Duan Lingtian had only grasped the surface of it. Faced with Thunderclap Emperor Wu, who was at the 5th level of Emperor Wu stage, Duan Lingtian began to feel an immense pressure as time passed by. Don't tell me that I, Duan Lingtian, am going to die here today. Duan Lingtian, who was sent flying again by Thunderclap Emperor Wu, had a bitter expression on his face as he spat out a mouthful of blood again as his internal organs trembled. He wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. Bastard, you really can't help me? Duan Lingtian asked Wang Ba, who was hiding in his body. Boy, I can't help it. My soul isn't something that can be carried by your body. Once it occupies your body will instantly explode into dust. At that time, both of us will die. Wang Ba's voice resonated with a hint of helplessness. Also, my soul doesn't have a carrier, so I can't use my soul attack. Can't your soul attack his soul directly? Duan Lingtian asked again. Brat, my soul can attack his soul, and I can even destroy his soul. At this point, Wang Ba was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Then why aren't you making a move? Boy, although I can use my own soul to destroy his soul, at that time, I'll passively occupy his body. His body won't be able to carry my soul and will still explode into dust. Once his body explodes into dust, my soul will be destroyed as well. I won't do something that will send me to my death. Wang Ba said again. He made it very clear. If he wanted to save Duan Lingtian, he could only choose to perish together with Thunderclap Emperor Wu. Of course, he was not willing to do that. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he immediately dismissed the idea of asking Wang Ba for help. As for Wang Ba's choice, he was not surprised. He and Wang Ba did not have a life and death relationship. It was only natural that Wang Ba would not be willing to sacrifice himself for him. If he was in Wang Ba's position, he knew he would make the same choice as Wang Ba. Then, after I'm killed, will you die? Duan Lingtian asked. No. Wang Ba said, if you're killed by him and not by my soul, the vitality in your body will disappear, and my soul won't passively occupy your body. At that time, I can choose to enter his body and use it as a host. Wang Ba said again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian completely understood. Even if he died, Wang Ba would not die. What a pity. Boy, if you can cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow to the next level, it won't be difficult for you to fight him to a draw. Wang Ba sighed. Boy, don't blame me. In the end, Wang Ba added, if you can live, no one is willing to die. Even if I'm only a remnant soul now. Obviously, he did not think Duan Lingtian could escape this calamity. Although Duan Lingtian felt that Wang Ba's choice was right, he still felt slightly uncomfortable. Chapter 13:10. When Duan Lingtian saw that the Thunderclap Emperor Wu had attacked again, and he did not have the time to retract his arrow and shoot it, despair filled his eyes. His life was hanging by a thread. Familiar figures appeared in his mind. The first person to appear was someone even he did not expect. It was his mother in this life, Li Ro. The second person to appear was Ke, Li Fei, and Tian Wu. There were also the two little pythons, the little golden mouse, his cheapskate father, and his old friends. Their voices and smiles were still vivid in his mind, but Duan Lingtian felt that they were so far away at this moment. He was afraid that he would not be able to see them again in this life. Farewell. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He was completely disheartened. At this moment, the Thunderclap Emperor Wu was very close to him. Duan Lingtian could even feel the aura of death approaching him. Duan Lingtian, who was completely disheartened and ready to die, quickly realized that the thunderclap Emperor Wu's attack did not land on him. Just as he was in a daze. Scram! A familiar and tender voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian only felt a huge force, accompanied by waves of cold air, sweeping toward him. Although it was not targeted at him, it still sent him flying. Waves of vast, rolling shock waves shook his internal organs and made him dizzy. He flew out as if he was riding on clouds and mist. He only managed to stabilize his body after a while. When he flew out on clouds and mist, Duan Lingtian's mind flashed. He seemed to have understood something. The arrow pierces through clouds and mist without any resistance. This is, in Duan Lingtian's mind, the records of the colossal aerolite arrow's general principles flashed past one by one. At this moment, many things that had been confusing him in the past suddenly became clear. All of this was just the feeling of riding on clouds and mist that he had just experienced. When he was sent flying by the shock waves, the sudden feeling made him understand. His comprehension of the colossal aerolite arrow. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He did not have time to look at the person who saved him. He took out a royal-grade resurrection pill and consumed it. With a lift of his hand, he knocked the arrow again. Creak! The bowstring trembled and was pulled into a full moon. Colossal aerolite arrow. The arrow shot out and disappeared in a flash in the air. When it appeared again, it was already behind Martial Emperor Lei Ming in the distance. With just a thought, the arrow returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. At the same time, a hideous bloody hole appeared on Martial Emperor Lei Ming's chest. He was looking at the person who saved Duan Lingtian, but he didn't have time to react. His body was pierced by an arrow. From the beginning to the end, he didn't have time to react. Although there was suspicion of a sneak attack, if the person who shot this arrow was not strong enough, it would not have been successful. No. Impossible. Thunder Emperor Wu looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance with blood flowing out of his mouth. His eyes and face were filled with disbelief. He could not figure out how a person who could not fight back at all and was almost killed by him could unleash such a powerful attack. He did not notice the arrow at all. In the end, Martial Emperor Lei Ming closed his eyes and fell to the ground. He had fallen forever. The famous Martial Emperor Lei Ming of the Cloud Continent had fallen just like that. He died in the hands of a young man. Even at the moment before he died, he could not figure it out. How could the young man who was almost killed by him unleash such a powerful attack? If the young man could unleash such a powerful attack from the beginning, no matter how weak he was, he could have fought to a draw with him. He would not have been suppressed to the point of being unable to fight back. In fact, Thunder Emperor Wu was not the only one who could not figure it out. Even Duan Lingtian could not figure it out as well. He would be enlightened in that instant. That moment of enlightenment helped his colossal aerolite arrow break through to a whole new level. It allowed his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. After his colossal aerolite arrow leveled up, his strength was not inferior to Thunder Emperor Wu's. When Thunder Emperor Wu's attention was not on him, he shot the arrow at lightning speed. Thunder Emperor Wu did not even have time to react before he was shot dead. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Thunder Emperor Wu being killed by his arrow. He looked at the bow in his hand and could not regain his senses for a long time. Thunder Emperor Wu was an existence who was on par with Yuhan Emperor Wu. The Emperor Wu powerhouse who was said to be ranked in the top 3 on Cloud Continent died in his hands just like that? For a time, Duan Lingtian found it difficult to accept this fact. Brother Lingtian. In the distance, the young girl hovering in the air not far away from where Martial Emperor Lei Ming fell looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise on her beautiful face. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses when he heard the voice. He looked at the young lady who had appeared in time to save him. The young lady was dressed in yellow. She looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. Her eyes were sparkling. With just one look, one could tell she was a mischievous person who did not know her place. There was a cold aura around the young lady's body. The young lady in yellow was none other than Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai, who came from Cloud Continent. Brother Ling Tian, you actually know the Saint grade martial tactic? After a short moment, Han Xuanai withdrew the icy cold aura that she released and arrived before Duan Ling Tian in the blink of an eye. She was slightly surprised as she sized Duan Ling Tian up from head to toe and asked curiously. Xuanai, why are you here? At that moment, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. I couldn't find Brother Ling Tian on Cloud Continent. I heard Brother Ling Tian came to the Hidden Fog Island, so I came here. Brother Ling Tian, you haven't answered my question yet. Han Xuanai frowned and said. That Saint grade martial tactic. My father left it to me. As Duan Ling Tian spoke, he looked at Han Xuanai from head to toe and asked, Xuanai, I remember you told me last time that you've been maintaining this appearance because you've cultivated a special technique. Now that you've broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, why can't you return to normal? I have to enter the mortal shedding stage first. Han Xuanai said with a bitter face, Brother Ling Tian, since you know the Saint grade martial tactic, you must know about the mortal shedding stage, right? Yes. I do. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he seemed to have recalled something and said, wait for me for a while. As soon as his words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian flew out and took the spatial ring from the Thunderclap Emperor Wu's body before destroying it. Then, he went to take Zhou Yi's spatial ring and did the same thing, making Zhou Yi follow in the footsteps of the Thunderclap Emperor Wu. After performing the blood ownership claim on Zhou Yi's spatial ring and confirming that the Devil Seal tablet was inside, Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief. The Devil Seal tablet is finally back. When Duan Ling Tian took Zhou Yi's spatial ring and turned to look at Han Xuanai, he was stunned again. At this moment, there was another person next to Han Xuanai. It was a little girl dressed in white. The little girl looked no more than 10 years old, and her eyes were sparkling. However, when the little girl in white looked at him, there was a hint of excitement on her delicate little face. When he recalled what Emperor Wu had said to him 3 days ago, he guessed the identity of the little girl in white. Brother Ling Tian, guess who she is? Han Xuanai brought the little girl in white forward and asked Duan Ling Tian mysteriously with a smile on her face. Little White, I didn't expect you to be able to transform into a human. Duan Ling Tian looked at the little girl in white and sighed. I still remember when I first met you, you were just a little girl. Duan Ling Tian greeted the little girl as he gestured with his hands. Brother. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian recognized her, the little girl in white could no longer suppress the excitement in her heart. She flew out and hugged Duan Ling Tian like a koala. To her, Duan Ling Tian was her closest kin. Ever since she could remember, Duan Ling Tian had always been by her side. When she was born, she even treated Duan Ling Tian as her father. Duan Ling Tian smiled from the bottom of his heart. He patted Little White's head and said gently, Little White, I'm sure Kerr will be very happy to see you. Sister Kerr. Little White's eyes lit up. She asked in anticipation, Brother, where's Sister Kerr? She's on the Hidden Fog Island too. I'll bring you to see her later. But why is it only you and Xuanai? Where's Little Gold and Little Black? Duan Ling Tian looked around as he spoke. How boring. Brother Ling Tian recognized me so quickly. Han Xuanai said a little unhappily. Although she was already over 20 years old, she was still a child at heart. Brother, how did you recognize me? Little White asked curiously. When Han Xuanai heard this, she also looked at Duan Ling Tian. She found it a little unbelievable that Duan Ling Tian was able to recognize Little White with just a glance earlier. If it wasn't for Emperor Wu Shiqi, I wouldn't have recognized you either. Duan Ling Tian smiled and told the two girls about his encounter with Emperor Wu Shiqi 3 days ago. So, it's him. The two girls finally understood. Sister Xuanai, you and Little White should have killed that Emperor Wu Shiqi back then. Now, we can't even maintain our mystery anymore. How boring. At this moment, a dissatisfied girl's voice sounded. A little girl dressed in gold appeared before Duan Lingtian. Unlike the little girl in white, the little girl in gold looked more like Han Xuanai. They were both mischievous. Little Gold. Upon hearing the little girl in gold's voice, Duan Lingtian immediately guessed her identity. This was because her voice did not change much from before. Between Little Gold and Little Black, only Little Gold was female. As for Little Black, it was a male snake. Brother. When Little Gold looked at Duan Lingtian, she was also excited. She flew out and pushed Little White, who was in Duan Lingtian's arms, to the side. She hugged Duan Lingtian tightly. Brother, Little Gold missed you so much. In the past, although Little Gold and Duan Lingtian would fight occasionally, they were very close. Brother. At some point in time, a cool little boy dressed in black appeared. His appearance was somewhat similar to Xiao Bai's. Chapter 13:11. Little Black. Duan Lingtian looked at the cool little boy in black. It was easy for him to guess his identity. The arrival of Xuanai and the three little fellows was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for Duan Lingtian. Since the three little fellows missed Ke and Li Fei, Duan Lingtian did not have time to chat with Han Xuanai before he brought them back to the mansion where the people from Ling Xian Peak were staying. They returned to their courtyard. Young master, they are. Ke was elated when she saw Duan Lingtian return. However, she was stunned when she saw the four people behind Duan Lingtian. Li Fei heard Ke's voice and knew that Duan Lingtian had returned. However, she was stunned when she saw the four people behind Duan Lingtian. Han Xuanai and the other three were undoubtedly unfamiliar faces to Ke and Li Fei. Sister Ke. Sister Li Fei. Soon after, Little White leaped into Ke's arms while Little Gold leaped into Li Fei's arms. The two little fellows were very excited. It was as though they had returned home after wandering for many years. The two little fellows' actions had undoubtedly frightened the two little fellows. After Duan Lingtian's explanation, the two little fellows reacted. As it turned out, the two little girls were the little white python and the little gold mouse from back then. Little White, I didn't expect it to be you. You're Little Black, right? Ke was naturally very happy that Little White had returned. Soon after, her gaze landed on the cool little boy in black who was looking at her excitedly. Sister Ke. Little Black greeted Ke excitedly. Back then, when he and his sister, Little White, were just born, the first people they saw were Duan Lingtian and Ke. Due to this reason, they had an extraordinary affection for Duan Lingtian and Ke. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian and Ke were not only their brother and sister, but they were also their father and mother. They were the people they respected the most and the most important people in their hearts. Little Gold, compared to before, you've completely changed. I can't even recognize you. Li Fei said to Little Gold. When Duan Lingtian saw the two little girls were getting along with the three little fellows, he beckoned Han Xuanai over and walked to the side. He immediately shifted his gaze to Han Xuanai and asked, Xuanai, if I'm not mistaken, you're from the Dao Martial Arts Saint Land? Big brother Lingtian, you guessed it. Han Xuanai was a little surprised. I'd be an idiot if I still can't guess it. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Initially, I thought you're from the Han clan, one of the two great ancient clans on Cloud Continent. Han clan. Han Xuanai's mischievous eyes gleamed as she said, although I'm not from the tiny Han clan, our clan has some ties with them. The Han clan's ancestor can be considered as someone from our clan. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. It did not cross his mind that the Han clan's ancestor was from the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Han clan was one of the two great ancient clans on Cloud Continent. Back then, The reincarnation Emperor Wu had interacted with them before, so he knew them quite well. However, even the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not know that the Han clan's ancestor was from the Dao Martial Saint land. The reincarnation Emperor Wu did not even know about the Dao Martial Saint land. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian also learned from Han Xuanai when she brought the three little fellows back and what she did with the three little fellows on Cloud Continent. The Lingtian sect. The number one sect on Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian was completely shocked when he learned that the Lingtian sect had become the number one sect on Cloud Continent under the leadership of Han Xuanai, the acting sect leader. However, when he thought about it again, he felt relieved when he recalled his current strength. With his current strength, it would not be difficult for him to lead the Lingtian sect to become the number one sect on Cloud Continent. With my current strength, among the known Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent, only the Qing Xian Emperor Wu can defeat me. As for the chilling Emperor Wu, he'll only be able to fight me to a draw at most. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. Naturally, this was only the known Emperor Wu powerhouses. The Cloud Continent was so big that there must be many Emperor Wu powerhouses who lived in seclusion. It was not impossible for some of them to defeat the Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also learned some other things from Han Xuanai. This included the fact that Han Jing, the Han clan's disciple who annihilated the Northern Mountains Lu clan in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent, had arrived at the Lingtian sect and was killed by her. I didn't expect so many things to happen when I wasn't around. Xuanai, it's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid the Lingtian sect would no longer exist. Duan Lingtian sighed as his eyes flashed. He did not care if the Lingtian sect was gone. What he cared about was the people in the Lingtian sect who were forced by the Han clan's disciple, Han Jing, to stay and die with the Lingtian sect. Brother Lingtian, why are you being so courteous with me? Han Xuanai shook her head and smiled. Then, her mischievous eyes gleamed as she asked, Brother Lingtian, you said that the Saint-grade martial tactic that you're cultivating was passed down to you by your father? Isn't your father from the southern outer land of Cloud Continent? How would he know the Saint-grade martial tactic? The Saint-grade martial tactic belonged to the Dao Martial Saint land. Even if the Cloud Continent had it, it was only in the hands of the two great ancient clans. Naturally, that was only the situation on the surface. As far as she knew, apart from the two great ancient clans, there was another person who cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic on the Cloud Continent. That person was somewhat related to her. My father is indeed from the southern outer land of Cloud Continent. However, he's not around since I can remember. He's only reappeared after more than 20 years. Duan Lingtian told Han Xuanai everything about Duan Rufeng's return and how Duan Rufeng brought his mother away. He also mentioned the things that Duan Rufeng left for him. 3 Dao talismans left behind by a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator. Han Xuanai was shocked when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Brother Lingtian, it seems like your father isn't a simple person in the Dao Martial Saint land. The Dao talismans left behind by Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivators are not something that ordinary people can obtain. At the very least, ordinary mortal shedding stage martial cultivators, Dao cultivators, devil cultivators, and even those at the paramount mortal shedding stage, it's very difficult for them to obtain a Dao talisman inscribed by a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator. Not every Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator can inscribe a Dao talisman. Han Xuanai said. Based on what you said, my father must be at the Saint Rudiment stage or above. Duan Lingtian asked. At the very least, he must be at the Saint Rudiment stage. Han Xuanai nodded. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Han Xuanai's confirmation. It did not cross his mind that his cheapskate father was at the Saint Rudiment stage or above. According to Wang Ba, the Saint Rudiment stage was at the Saint Rudiment stage. After the Saint Rudiment stage was the Saint stage. Once one made a breakthrough to the Saint stage, one would be a powerful Saint stage powerhouse. A saint stage powerhouse was so powerful that it was not difficult for them to split mountains and rivers, burn rivers, and boil seas. While Duan Ling Tian was surprised by his cheapskate father's strength, he was also curious about the force behind Han Xuanai. Xuanai, what kind of force is your clan in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Is it very powerful? It's alright. When Brother Ling Tian goes to the Dao Martial Saint Land in the future, I'll invite you to my house as a guest. You'll know by then. Han Xuanai kept him in suspense when she reached the end of her sentence. Yes. It's all thanks to Qing Nu that the three little fellows are able to achieve what they have today. At that time, I'll thank her in person. Duan Ling Tian still remembered the old woman who followed Han Xuanai around back then. It was because she asked the three little fellows to leave with her that the three little fellows were able to achieve what they had today. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Brother Ling Tian, judging by your current strength, I'm sure you must have had a fortuitous encounter all these years. I think even if they didn't leave with Qing Nu back then, they wouldn't be much weaker than they are now. Han Xuanai smiled. What? What's their cultivation base now? Duan Ling Tian was curious about this. When he first saw the three little fellows, he had already sensed the aura of a demon emperor from them. Since they were all at the emperor stage, he did not use his spiritual energy to probe them. However, he was still curious about the three little fellows' strength. Little White and Little Gold are at the 7th level demon emperor stage. As for Little Black, he had already broken through to the 8th level demon emperor stage half a month ago. Han Xuanai said. 7th level demon emperor stage. 8th level demon emperor stage. Han Xuanai's words stunned Duan Ling Tian. When he came back to his senses, the first thing he did was to look at the three little fellows who were getting along well with Ku, and Li Fei. His heart was filled with shock. Their strength is actually so strong. Subsequently, Han Xuanai said something that stunned Duan Ling Tian. With Little White and Little Gold's progress, they should be able to break through to the 8th level demon emperor stage within 3 months. Han Xuanai said. After a long while, Duan Ling Tian finally returned to his senses from his shock. He looked at Han Xuanai and asked, Xuanai, your current strength. You shouldn't be any weaker than them, right? Han Xuanai smiled mysteriously and did not respond to Duan Ling Tian. Although she did not respond, Duan Ling Tian already had an answer in his heart. He could not help but curse in his heart, what a bunch of freaks. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt like he was no longer a monster or a genius. Compared to the four little fellows, he was nothing. Brother Ling Tian, did you know? You've been used. Han Xuanai seemed to have recalled something all of a sudden as she said, you followed Martial Emperor Ling Xian from Ling Xian Peak to the Hidden Fog Martial Competition on the Hidden Fog Island because he wanted the Saint Stone. I heard from the few old fellows in the Han clan that the Cloud Continent's Emperor Wu obtained the Saint Stone from the Hidden Fog Island without telling you. They won't give the Saint Stone to people like you who work for them. Chapter 13:12. I'll go look for that spirit profound Emperor Wu now and take all the Saint Stones that Brother Ling Tian won for him. Han Xuanai said as she prepared to dash out of the courtyard. Xuanai, you've misunderstood. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally reacted and stopped her. It's true that I won the first place in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition 3 days ago, but the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu gave me all the Saint Stones that I won. There's a total of 10 stones, not one less. He's my friend. Before I came to the Hidden Fog Island, I already knew that the most precious prize in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition is the Saint Stones. Duan Ling Tian said, the reason I came to the Hidden Fog Martial Competition is for the Saint Stones. Han Xuanai nodded as realization dawned on her. Now that Brother Ling Tian said this, that Spirit Profound Emperor Wu seems like a good person. Since he's Brother Ling Tian's friend, I won't look for him to settle this matter. Settle this matter? You won't look for him to settle this matter? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Xuanai, Did he offend you? Humph. He brought Brother Ling Tian away from the Cloud Continent and caused Little White, Little Black, and Little Gold, and I to spend a lot of time looking for him. Initially, I wanted to teach him a lesson, but since he's Brother Ling Tian's friend, I'll let him go for Brother Ling Tian's sake. Han Xuanai said matter-of-factly. After listening to Han Xuanai's words, Duan Ling Tian secretly broke out in cold sweat for Yang Hui, the spirit-profound Emperor Wu. If Yang Hui was targeted by this little devil, even if he did not die, he would most likely lose a layer of skin. This was something that he had deeply felt back then. Soon, Duan Ling Tian introduced Han Xuanai to Ke and Li Fei, and also introduced them to Han Xuanai. Sister Ke, Sister Fei, Han Xuanai, who looked like a little witch in front of others, was very sweet in front of Ke and Li Fei. She kept calling them sister, which made Ke and Li Fei burst with joy. Not long after, the three women started fighting. The arrival of Han Xuanai and the three little fellows was undoubtedly a big surprise for Duan Ling Tian. I originally planned to leave in 2 days. Duan Ling Tian told Han Xuanai about how he had killed the son of Chen Bei, the second island master of the hidden fog island. He did not hide anything from her. He planned to leave because he was worried Chen Bei would make a move on him after he lost his value. Brother Ling Tian, I'm very curious about the purpose of the Hidden Fog martial competition. You don't have to leave the Hidden Fog Island in a hurry. As for that Chen Bei, you don't have to worry about him. It's fine if he lets go of his hatred, but if he dares to seek revenge from you, I'll make sure he dies a horrible death. When Han Xuanai reached the end of her sentence, her true colors as a little devil were revealed on her pink face. Strands of icy cold aura were unconsciously emitted from her body, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help himself from shuddering. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was also very curious about the purpose of the Hidden Fog martial competition. It should be known that the Hidden Fog Island had taken out many Saint Stones for the Hidden Fog martial competition. The Saint Stones could help Emperor Wu to raise his cultivation base rapidly. It was an extremely rare treasure. Xuanai, do the Saint Stones come from the Dao martial Saint Land? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. The Saint Stones were similar to Origin Stones. He had noticed this long ago. However, the heaven and earth origin energy contained in the Saint Stones could not be compared to the Origin Stones. Take the Supreme Grade Origin Stones as an example. If the heaven and earth origin energy in the Supreme Grade Origin Stones was a small stream, then the heaven and earth origin energy in the Saint Stones was equivalent to a vast ocean. The two were not on the same level at all. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded. The Saint Stones are mostly produced in the Dao martial Saint Land. Of course, the Hidden Fog Island is one of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, and there's a Supreme Grade Origin Stone reserve buried underground. On average, a Saint Stone would be produced every few years. There are also 2 Supreme Grade Origin Stone reserves that can produce Saint Stones on the Cloud Continent. They're in the hands of the 2 great ancient clans respectively. Due to this reason, they're not interested in the Hidden Fog martial competition held by the Hidden Fog Island. They don't lack Saint Stones. Han Xuanai said. I see. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. In that case, although the reincarnation Emperor Wu was more or less related to the 2 great ancient clans back then, the people from the 2 great ancient clans never mentioned the Saint Stones to him. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. There was no record of the Saint Stones in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. In that case, there are many people who have entered the 7th level Emperor Wu stage or above in the 2 great ancient clans on the Cloud Continent. Duan Ling Tian asked curiously with a gleam in his eyes. The last time I killed Han Li from the Han clan, he sent out a communication jade slip before he died. After that, an old man at the 8th level Emperor Wu stage came from the Han clan. Even Little Gold was no match for him. Han Xuanai said. The 8th level Emperor Wu stage. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he could not help but be shocked. That old man isn't the strongest person in the Han clan. Han Xuanai continued. Duan Lingtian's scalp went numb when he heard that. His heart was filled with shock. It seems like even the reincarnation Emperor Wu back then didn't really come into contact with the real powerhouse in the Han clan. Standing at the peak of the Cloud Continent. Now it seems like it's all just a joke. At that moment, Duan Lingtian also realized that the reincarnation Emperor Wu back then could only be considered as the #1 Emperor stage powerhouse on the Cloud Continent. There were many people who were more powerful than him in the two great ancient clans. However, the two great ancient clans kept a low profile and did not expose the real powerhouses in their clans. To be honest, it's all thanks to the Han clan that I know Brother Ling Tian came to the Hidden Fog Island this time. Duan Ling Tian felt his scalp go numb when he heard what Han Xuanai said. According to Han Xuanai, she actually mobilized the forces of the two great ancient clans on the Cloud Continent just to look for him. How powerful were the two great ancient clans, but they actually listened to Han Xuanai, a little girl's orders. However, when he thought about it again and recalled Han Xuanai's background, he felt relieved. Perhaps, they found out about Xuanai's identity. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Of course, it's also possible that Xuanai's strength is enough to suppress the powerhouses in the two great ancient clans and force them to help. With Xuanai's personality as a little devil, it was not impossible for him to speculate. Saint stones are produced from supreme-grade origin stone mines. It's extremely rare. Are there any saint stone mines in the Dao Martial Saint land? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Han Xuanai. Of course, there are. Han Xuanai nodded. However, saint stone mines are usually in the hands of powerful forces. Even the weakest forces who control saint stone mines have the strength to annihilate the two great ancient clans on the Cloud Continent and the four great overseas saint islands, including the Hidden Fog Island, in just one night. So powerful? Duan Lingtian turned pale with fright. Powerhouses like Emperor Wu are nothing in the eyes of those forces. Han Xuanai added. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard Han Xuanai's words. The strength of the Dao Martial Saint land was beyond his imagination. Naturally, while he was marveling at the strength of the Dao Martial Saint land, he was also looking forward to the day when he would step foot on the Dao Martial Saint land. That day shouldn't be too far away, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. That evening, Duan Lingtian took the time to call the two little girls together. It was time to explain some things to them and even be frank with them. Little Fei, let me tell you about the things that happened to me after the two of you left the Seven-Star Sword sect. After reuniting with the two girls, although he spent most of his time by their side, he did not have the time to tell them about the things that happened to him after they left. Duan Lingtian hugged the two girls in his arms and began to tell them about the things that happened after that. He started from the annihilation of the Seven-Star Sword sect. When the two girls heard that the Seven-Star Sword sect was annihilated, horror dawned on their faces. They did not expect that such a tragedy would happen to the Seven-Star Sword sect after they left. When they heard that the senior officials of the Seven-Star Sword sect were willing to lay down their lives for the sake of their man's survival, tears streamed down their faces like rain. Only when they heard Duan Lingtian say that he took revenge for the Seven-Star Sword sect and even rebuilt the Seven-Star Sword sect did their tears stop. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian mentioned Feng Tianwu to them. At the beginning, Ke was fine, but Li Fei was filled with enmity towards Feng Tianwu. When she heard that Feng Tianwu had forcefully erupted with the strength of her fire spirit body for the sake of Duan Lingtian and was willing to give up her life, causing her to lose her memories in the end. The enmity in Li Fei's heart towards Feng Tianwu vanished without a trace. All that was left was pity. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spoke of his other experiences. Every time he spoke of a dangerous situation, the beautiful faces of the two girls couldn't help but tighten, and their eyes were filled with worry. Although they knew that Duan Lingtian would be able to turn danger into safety, they still could not help but feel worried. He also told the two girls about Han Xuanai's matter. The two girls were shocked and they learned that Han Xuanai came from the mysterious Dao Martial Saint land. Before this, they had already learned about the Dao Martial Saint land from Duan Lingtian. They also knew that their parents-in-law were in the Dao Martial Saint land now. After spending an entire night, Duan Lingtian finally translated the main experiences of these past few years into words and told them to the two little girls in his embrace. Scoundrel, I can't believe that you've experienced so many things along the way. Compared to what you've experienced, Kerr and my experiences are a little monotonous. Li Fei sighed emotionally. When she and Kerr left the Seven-Star Sword sect, they went to the Yin-Yang sect. After that, they left the Yin-Yang sect and went to Yuhan Valley. After leaving Yuhan Valley, they came to the Hidden Fog Island. Compared to Duan Lingtian's experiences, their experiences were indeed monotonous. Young Master. Chapter 13:13. Early in the morning, everything came to life as the sun shrouded the land. The two girls listened to Duan Lingtian's words for the entire night and were on tenterhooks for the entire night. After Duan Lingtian stopped talking, it did not take long for them to fall into a deep sleep. Duan Lingtian did not disturb the two girls and allowed them to lie on his body as they stared blankly at the ceiling. Saint Stone Reserve. His heart was filled with shock when he recalled what Han Xuanai had told him earlier. One Saint Stone was enough to help a first-level Emperor Wu stage martial artist break through to the second-level Emperor Wu stage in one go. One could imagine how powerful the heaven and earth origin energy it contained was. The Saint Stone was undoubtedly a precious treasure on the Cloud Continent or the overseas Saint Islands. However, in the Dao Martial Saint land, there was a special reserve that could be mined by anyone. Bastard! With just a thought, Duan Lingtian released Wang Ba's soul that he had sealed with his spiritual energy. When he was with the two girls, he did not like having a fourth person present even though Wang Ba was just a remnant soul. Boy, you sealed me again. I'll tell you one more time. When you're with these two girls, I won't even peek. Wang Ba said angrily as soon as he came out. Previously, after Duan Lingtian had reunited with the two girls, he had sealed Wang Ba before they had sex so that Wang Ba could not pay attention to what was happening outside. At that time, Wang Ba was very displeased. Do you want to have a taste of being sealed again? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. The moment Wang Ba heard this, he became speechless immediately. When one was under someone else's roof, one had no choice but to lower one's head. Although he was a saint stage powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint land when he was at his peak, he was currently just a remnant soul. I called you out to ask you if the Saint Stone Reserve in the Dao Martial Saint land produces this kind of saint stone? Duan Lingtian asked Wang Ba as he took out a holy stone. This saint stone was the saint stone from the Hidden Fog Island. Not necessarily. Wang Ba responded faintly. Although he didn't want to answer Duan Lingtian, he didn't dare to not answer. He didn't want to be sealed again. Not necessarily. Duan Lingtian frowned. The saint stone in your hand is only a low-grade saint stone. It usually comes from a low-grade saint stone mine. Of course, such a saint stone would occasionally appear in a supreme-grade origin stone mine. Wang Ba said. Low-grade saint stone. Just a low-grade saint stone. Duan Lingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. He had never thought that the saint stone that could help Emperor Wu improve his cultivation so quickly was only a low-grade saint stone. A low-grade saint stone had accumulated such a terrifying amount of heaven and earth origin energy. What if it was a medium-grade saint stone? Would the heaven and earth origin energy not be even more terrifying? After learning from Wang Ba that the saint stones in his hand were all low-grade saint stones, Duan Lingtian felt helpless. At this moment, he could feel it deeply. He was so insignificant to the Dao Martial Saint land. He was so insignificant that it made him feel suffocated. Unknowingly, 10 days had passed since the end of the Hidden Fog martial competition. This day was also the day that the top 30 people in the Hidden Fog martial competition would receive their rewards. It was the day that Fang Wen, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, had agreed to meet them. It was the same place where the Hidden Fog martial competition was held. On the calm sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. Fang Wen had been waiting there since early in the morning. There were 2 people following behind him like shadows. They were his grandson and his direct disciple, Ling Yun. As Duan Lingtian and the others arrived late, those who were supposed to be here had all arrived. A few days ago, Martial Emperor Ling Xian, Yang Hui, had introduced the yellow-clad girl and the 3 little fellows who had appeared next to Duan Lingtian. They could be considered to have integrated into the group of people from Ling Xian Peak. It did not seem out of place. Where's Emperor Wu from the Thunder City? His direct disciple who's at the Emperor Wu stage doesn't seem to be here as well. Soon after, someone noticed that Emperor Wu and Zhou Yi were not here. Apart from one of the 9 people from Thundercloud Peak, all 8 of them, including Lan Bai, kept looking around. Their eyes were filled with anxiety and anticipation. They had only discovered that Emperor Wu and Zhou Yi had left quietly today. Initially, they thought that Emperor Wu and Zhou Yi had arrived earlier. However, when they arrived, they realized that the 2 of them were not here. They could not help but feel worried. Even when Fang Wen, the third island master of Hidden Fog Island, spoke, Emperor Wu and Zhou Yi still did not appear. The group of people from Thundercloud Peak had an ominous feeling in their hearts. One of them had bright gleams in his eyes. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the void and land on the purple figure in the distance. Could it be that? Not only did he kill Zhou Yi, but he also killed Lord Emperor Wu. The moment he thought of this, his heart trembled. Thundercloud Emperor Wu was at the 5th level Emperor Wu stage. Among all the Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent, he could be ranked in the top 3. He died just like that. He still could not believe it. Perhaps Lord Emperor Wu had something to do and left at the last minute. He began to console himself. He did not believe that the purple-clad young man could kill Emperor Wu. If his ability is stronger than Emperor Wu, why did he spend so many origin stones on me to lure Zhou Yi out? The moment he thought of this, he calmed down. The fact that Emperor Wu and Zhou Yi did not appear only affected the group of people from Thundercloud Peak. As for the others, they were not affected at all. Fang Wen, the third island master of Hidden Fog Island, quickly began to distribute the rewards to the top 30 people in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Among them, Zhou Yi was missing. Fang Wen did not care about this. If the people who were missing were in the top 10 of the Hidden Fog martial competition, perhaps he would care. However, those who were not in the top 10 were not worthy of his attention as the third island master of Hidden Fog Island. What's the reward? After Duan Lingtian returned to the group of people from Ling Xian Peak after receiving the reward, Yang Hui's eyes gleamed as he asked curiously. It's just a large amount of Supreme Grade Origin Stones, many Grade 1 pills, and Grade 1 spirit weapons. Duan Lingtian replied to Yang Hui. These things were not very attractive to him, and even to others, they were not very attractive to him. Everyone. Now, it's time for me to tell you the purpose of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Suddenly, Fang Wen's voice resonated and attracted everyone's attention. It's coming. Duan Lingtian knew Fang Wen was about to get to the point. The Hidden Fog Island had spent a lot to hold the Hidden Fog martial competition. Let alone Duan Lingtian, even the Hidden Fog Island's disciples would not believe it if they said they did not have any ulterior motives. Han Xuanai, who stood next to Duan Lingtian, also looked at Fang Wen. The others looked at Fang Wen one by one. The Hidden Fog martial competition this time is indeed a little strange. I heard that the Hidden Fog Island has never held a martial competition like this before. A direct disciple of Emperor Wu from Cloud Continent said softly. That's right. I guess that the Hidden Fog Island must have some ulterior motive for holding the Hidden Fog Martial competition. Now, it seems like it's true. I wonder what the Hidden Fog Island is trying to do. No matter what, all of us who are in the top 30 of the Hidden Fog Martial competition are completely trapped. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Many of them looked worried. They were afraid the Hidden Fog Island would ask them to do something dangerous. Some of them were even thinking about how they could escape. As everyone knows, there are a total of 4 overseas Saint Islands including our Hidden Fog Island. Fong Wen continued, among the 4 overseas Saint Islands, apart from our Hidden Fog Island, there are 2 other overseas Saint Islands that are close to the other 2 mortal continents. As for the last overseas Saint Island, it's right in the middle of the 3 overseas Saint Islands. Fong Wen said. It's close to the other 2 mortal continents. Mortal continent? What's that? It was the first time many of them had heard of the term mortal continent. Confusion filled their faces. For example, our Hidden Fog Island is close to one of the 3 mortal continents, Cloud Continent, Fong Wen continued. Yes. 3 mortal continents. Soon after, a powerhouse from Emperor Wu of Cloud Continent questioned, Third Island Master, according to what you just said, there are 2 other continents like our Cloud Continent in this world? If we're talking about continents, there are more than 2. However, if we're talking about mortal continents, there are only 2. Fong Wen nodded. What? Fong Wen's words shocked most of the people from Cloud Continent. It was their first time hearing that apart from their hometown, Cloud Continent, there were 2 other continents that were similar to theirs. Cloud Continent is surrounded by the ocean, and the ocean is endless. We have no idea what's on the other side of the ocean. Perhaps, on the other side of the ocean, there's another continent that's similar to our Cloud Continent. If there's really one. I wonder if they're like the people of Cloud Continent who worship the martial Tao and respect the strong. Gradually, more and more people believed Fong Wen's words. Unlike your Cloud Continent. Whether it's humans or demon beasts on Cloud Continent, they worship the martial Tao. All of you can be called martial cultivators. Because of this, Cloud Continent is ruled by a group of martial cultivators. Fong Wen said, the other 2 mortal continents that are similar to Cloud Continent are different. As far as I know, one of the mortal continents is ruled by a group of Tao cultivators who use the heaven and earth energy to fight their enemies. Tao cultivators? Fong Wen's words caused everyone to be at a loss. What's a Tao cultivator? This was the same question in their minds. Duan Lingtian was the only one who remained calm. He had long known about the existence of Tao cultivators, so he was not surprised. The other 2 mortal continents mentioned by the 3rd Island Master of Hidden Fog Island must be the 2 mortal continents that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang mentioned. Chapter 13-14. Feng Qingyang was the person who left the word sword in Duan Lingtian's hometown. He called himself the Sword Saint. Duan Lingtian benefited a lot from the word sword. It could be said that the sword profundity that Duan Lingtian comprehended now was all thanks to him. If Feng Qingyang's message was true, it meant that he used to be someone who stood at the peak of the Tao martial saint land. 3 continents. One is led by martial cultivators, one is led by Tao cultivators, and one is led by both martial cultivators and Tao cultivators. At this moment, the people present on the scene learned about this from Fong Wen, the 3rd Island Master of Hidden Fog Island. At this moment, not only the people from Cloud Continent, but even the Hidden Fog Island's disciples were shocked. I can't believe that there are 2 other continents apart from our Cloud Continent. Moreover, there are martial cultivators like us in those 2 continents as well. There's also Tao cultivators. Many people were shocked. However, Fong Wen did not finish his sentence. While our Hidden Fog Island is holding the Hidden Fog martial competition, the other 2 overseas Saint Islands are also holding similar martial competitions. They'll also select the most outstanding 30 people. The 2 overseas Saint Islands are adjacent to the other 2 continents. The 60 people they'll select will come from the other 2 continents. They'll join the 30 people we'll select from Hidden Fog Island and head to Half Moon Island. Fong Wen continued. Half Moon Island? Many of Emperor Wu's disciples from Cloud Continent were puzzled. Half Moon Island is also one of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands. It's located in the center of the 3 overseas Saint Islands, including our Hidden Fog Island. It's the leader of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands. The island master of Half Moon Island, Lord De Yong, is the strongest powerhouse in the overseas Saint Islands. Fong Wen was filled with respect when he reached this point. The island master of Half Moon Island, De Yong. The strongest powerhouse in the overseas Saint Islands? The moment Fong Wen's words left his mouth, apart from those who already knew about this, the others were shocked. Half Moon Island, the leader of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands? The island master of Half Moon Island, the powerhouse named De Yong, is the strongest overseas powerhouse. Duan Lingtian was shocked as well. The first island master of the Hidden Fog Island seems to be at the peak of Emperor Wu. The island master of Half Moon Island is widely acknowledged as the #1 powerhouse overseas. Doesn't that mean his ability is more powerful than the first island master of Hidden Fog Island who is at the peak of Emperor Wu? He is an existence that surpasses the peak of Emperor Wu's realm. According to the Tao Martial Saint Land, it's an existence above the peak of the innate stage. After the innate stage is the mortal shedding stage. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's face turned serious. The Hidden Fog martial competition held by our Hidden Fog Island and the martial competitions held by the other 2 overseas Saint Islands are all because of the island master of Half Moon Island, Lord De Yong. Fong Wen explained the reason for holding the Hidden Fog martial arts competition. De Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, wanted to recruit the most outstanding direct disciple. It was said that the chosen direct disciple would become the next successor of the island master of Half Moon Island. Gasp! After Fong Wen explained the reason, the entire place was in an uproar. Half Moon Island was the leader of the 4 extraterritorial Saint Islands. The other 3 extraterritorial Saint Islands had to look up to them. However, it was this extraterritorial Saint Island that the island master was in a hurry to recruit a direct disciple to be his successor. Unlike the other people who were looking forward to it, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. That island master of Half Moon Island is really strange. He has been managing Half Moon Island for so many years. Don't tell me he doesn't have any outstanding direct disciples under him. Moreover, he just recruited a direct disciple to be his successor to control the entire Half Moon Island. Compared to the others, Duan Lingtian was calmer and more thoughtful. Just from the information Fong Wen gave him, he could tell that it was full of loopholes. It did not make sense at all. He thought about it from a different perspective. If he were the island master of Half Moon Island, he would never allow a new disciple to be the successor of Half Moon Island. In order to select a successor, he must observe him for many years and get to know his character. Only then would he be able to hand over the entire Half Moon Island to him. That island master of Half Moon Island is too careless. It's because of his carelessness that he exposed that this matter is not as simple as it seems. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai who was beside him and said to her through voice transmission. No matter what his reason is, I'm quite interested. Han Xuanai replied. When he heard Han Xuanai's casual voice transmission, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched imperceptibly. This little devil really wants to see the world burn. Among the 90 people selected by the 3 overseas Saint Islands, only one of them can become Master De Yong's direct disciple and become the next successor of Half Moon Island. Fong Wen continued, however, although those who are ranked at the top can't become Master De Yong's direct disciple, they'll still be rewarded handsomely by him. Among the 30 people selected from the Hidden Fog martial competition held by our Hidden Fog Island, those who are willing to go to Half Moon Island can stay. Those who are unwilling can leave now. The Hidden Fog Island won't force you to stay. Fang Wen looked around and said slowly as he reached this point in his sentence. However, apart from Zhou Yi who was not present, none of the top 30 people in the Hidden Fog martial competition left. Very good. Fang Wen nodded in satisfaction when he saw this. He then continued, since one of them is not here, there's a vacancy. Now, I'll pick another person. Han Xuanai obtained the last vacancy easily because she was interested in it. As for the method she used to obtain it, it was clean and efficient. She directly found 2 of the top 30 people in the Hidden Fog martial competition and defeated them in just one blow. From the beginning until the end, Fang Wen did not have the time to explain how he would pick the last person. Including our Hidden Fog Island, the 90 people from the 3 overseas Saint Islands who are going to the Central Saint Island, Half Moon Island must be people whose age can be measured by the age measuring pearl. In other words, they must be below 70 years old. No matter if you're Emperor Wu or a demon emperor, you must meet this condition. Fang Wen looked at Han Xuanai when he reached the end of his sentence, 70 years old. Upon hearing this, Han Xuanai snorted softly, do you think I'm that old? How dare you? The moment Han Xuanai's words left her mouth, Ling Yun, who was standing behind Fang Wen, had a gloomy expression on her face. Her eyes that were glaring at Han Xuanai gleamed coldly. Humph. Han Xuanai snorted softly. Ling Yun flew out like an arrow leaving the bowstring even though she did not make any movements. She flew out, leaving behind a sky full of red roses that fell. The red roses came from the blood that was spurting out of Ling Yun's mouth. That's fast. Fang Wen's pupils shrunk. He was shocked when he recalled Han Xuanai's movements. In terms of ability, I'm afraid she's not inferior to that Duan Ling Tian. If Fang Wen knew that Han Xuanai had held back when she attacked earlier, he wondered what kind of expression he would have. Apart from Duan Ling Tian and the rest, Qing Xian Emperor Wu was the only one who did not show any reaction when Han Xuanai attacked at lightning speed. Nobody noticed that when Qing Xian Emperor Wu looked at Han Xuanai, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. It was respect that came from the bottom of his heart and was not fake at all. Little girl, don't you think you've crossed the line? Fang Wen said in a deep voice. No matter what, Ling Yun was his direct disciple. His personal disciple was heavily injured and blasted flying right in front of him. As the master, if he didn't stand out and say a few words, then it wouldn't be justifiable. As soon as Fang Wen finished his sentence, he took a step forward. A vast aura swept out in an attempt to oppress Han Xuanai. However, Han Xuanai did not seem to notice it. She turned around and returned to Duan Lingtian's side. She chuckled and said, Brother Ling Tian, I can compete with you to become the direct disciple of the island master of Half Moon Island. In reality, Han Xuanai was not interested in becoming the direct disciple of the island master of Half Moon Island. She took the spot of the dead Zhou Yi because it was fun. You, Fang Wen glared at Han Xuanai furiously. His face turned green and white but he did not do anything in the end. There were so many people watching and he had to consider the Hidden Fog Island's reputation. He was the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island after all. Get ready. We'll depart to Half Moon Island in a month's time. Fang Wen said again and left with his men. The group of Hidden Fog Island's disciples, or to be more precise, the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples, left one after another. At this moment, only the people from Cloud Continent, including Duan Ling Tian and the rest, were left at the scene. Naturally, Han Xuanai was not considered to be from Cloud Continent. Apart from that, she was not from Cloud Continent nor was she from the overseas Saint Island. The other 2 continents. Dao Cultivator. I'm looking forward to it. Someone could not help but say. According to what the 3rd island master said, the Dao Cultivator's technique is completely different from the Martial Cultivator's technique. They can mobilize the heaven and earth energy to fight their enemies. It's amazing, someone said. At this moment, many people had anticipation on their faces. Duan Ling Tian was one of them. I've heard of Dao cultivators more than once. Although I've used a Dao talisman inscribed by a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator before. But until now, I have never seen how a Dao cultivator looks like when he attacks an enemy. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with anticipation. He was looking forward to seeing how a Dao cultivator fought and how it was different from a martial cultivator like them. The group of people from Cloud Continent left one after another. However, before they left, they more or less glanced at Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai's performance earlier was just too shocking. Leng Yun, the direct disciple of Fang Wen, the third island master of Hidden Fog Island, was ranked in the top 3 of the Hidden Fog martial competition 10 days ago. However, she was sent flying by this yellow-clad young girl who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old. This was just too shocking. Soon after, apart from Duan Lingtian and the rest, Qing Xian's Emperor Wu was the only one who stayed after instructing his disciples to leave. Long time no see, little Xuanzi. Chapter 13-15. Xiao Xuanzi. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words and looking at Qing Xian's Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian, Ke, Li Fei, and the people from Lingxian Peak, they were stunned. Qing Xian's Emperor Wu was the most powerful person on Cloud Continent. Of course, that was only on the surface. There were many powerhouses in the 2 ancient clans on Cloud Continent. It would not be surprising if there were people who were more powerful than Qing Xian's Emperor Wu. However, since the powerhouses of the 2 ancient clans kept a low profile, not many people knew about their existence. Even so, Duan Lingtian was still shocked. Xuanai addressed Qing Xian's Emperor Wu as Xiao Xuanzi. Instantly, all kinds of ancient palace dramas on earth appeared in his mind. Xiao Xuanzi seemed to be the way the nobles addressed eunuchs. The corner of his mouth twitched unnoticeably when he thought of this. Miss Xuanai. Qing Xian's Emperor Wu came before Han Xuanai and bowed respectfully. Xiao Xuanzi, don't tell me you don't know about the huge commotion I caused in Cloud Continent. You had just left when I went to look for you. It seems like the Hidden Fog martial arts competition is much more important than me to you. Han Xuanai looked deeply at Qing Xian's Emperor Wu and said. Qing Xian's Emperor Wu looked at Duan Lingtian awkwardly when he heard this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could guess the reason behind this. Qing Xian's Emperor Wu must have heard that Han Xuanai was looking for him. Since the Hidden Fog martial arts competition was imminent, he did not help and came to Hidden Fog Island instead. When I return, I'll definitely tell Qing Nu. I'll tell her that you, Xiao Xuanzi, turned a deaf ear to my words. Han Xuanai snorted. Miss Xuanai. The Emperor Wu of Qing Xian had a bitter expression on his face. He looked even worse than if his parents had died. This matter, please don't tell the senior about it, right? There was a secret in the heart of the Emperor Wu of Qing Xian. The reason why he was where he was today was not only because of his own efforts, but also because of the guidance of a mysterious senior. Ever since the first time he met that senior, she had the appearance of an old woman. At that time, she had given him a lot of help, which was why he could reach where he was today. After so many years, when he met the old woman again, she was already in existence that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. He originally thought that he could catch up to his benefactor, but he discovered that in front of his benefactor, he was just like before, just a small ant. The second time he saw the old woman was the first time he saw the young girl in front of him. The senior he respected the most addressed this young girl as Miss. This young woman addressed that senior as Qing Nu. Only then did he know. It turned out that the senior he respected the most was only a servant in this young girl's family. It was also at that time he learned that in this world, apart from Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands, there was another vast world that was filled with powerhouses. The Dao Martial Saint Land. All these years, although he stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, he did not dare to slack off. The reason was that he wanted to go to the Dao Martial Saint Land to pursue a higher goal. It's fine if you don't tell her. However, I heard that you obtained a lot of saint stones 10 days ago. Han Xuanai smiled slyly. Give me 2 and I'll forget about this matter. Miss Xuanai, do you still lack saint stones? The Emperor Wu of Qingxian smiled wryly. Naturally, he knew that Han Xuanai wanted to let him bleed. However, he still obediently handed over 2 saint stones. When he handed over the saint stones, his heart was bleeding. He was prepared to use these saint stones to break through to the 9th level Emperor Wu stage or even the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. I heard from Brother Ling Tian that you're a good person. I'll give these 2 saint stones to you. After Han Xuanai obtained the 2 saint stones, she casually tossed them to Yang Hui, the Emperor Wu of Spirit Profound Realm, as though she was throwing trash. Yang Hui hurriedly reached out to catch them. His face was filled with surprise and fear. Although he knew that Han Xuanai was Duan Lingtian's friend and had witnessed Han Xuanai's powerful ability earlier, he did not expect that his idol, the Emperor Wu of Qingxian, would be as docile as a cat in front of this girl. At this moment, he felt as though he was dreaming. Sensing the burning gaze of the Emperor Wu of Spirit Profound Realm, Yang Hui only felt that the 2 saint stones in his hand were like hot potatoes. His heart was filled with helplessness and fear. Qingxian Emperor Wu won't hold a grudge against me because of this, right? His heart was very uneasy. Miss Xuanai, Brother Ling Tian has already given me saint stones. Should I return these 2 saint stones to Sir Qingxian? Yang Hui looked at Han Xuanai. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Han Xuanai's glare. Why? You think it's too little? And no. Of course not. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Han Xuanai's tone, Yang Hui panicked. Even the Emperor Wu of Qingxian did not dare to offend this young lady. He did not dare to offend her. Brother Yang, this is Xuanai's token of appreciation. Take it, Duan Lingtian said to Yang Hui. Yang Hui nodded and looked at Han Xuanai. He cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Miss Xuanai. Saint stones? At this moment, the group of Ling Xian Peak disciples who followed them were puzzled. It was their first time hearing about the saint stones. However, they could tell. The saint stones were definitely very precious. What a joke! How could something that even a powerhouse like Emperor Wu valued be ordinary? After this incident, the people from Ling Xian Peak, including Yang Hui, the Emperor Wu of Ling Xian Peak, were extremely respectful to Han Xuanai. They did not dare to slight her and treated her as their young lady. 10 days later, they set off for Half Moon Island, the head of the 4 overseas Saint Islands. For the next 10 days, other than cultivating, Duan Lingtian exchanged martial arts with Han Xuanai. During this period, he also witnessed the saint-grade martial tactic that Han Xuanai cultivated, the dragon elephant breaking sky palm. The palm broke through the air and contained the power of the dragon elephant. It could kill the enemy without leaving a trace. The dragon elephant breaking sky palm was the same as the colossal aerolite arrow that he cultivated. They were both human rank upper grade saint grade martial tactics with great power. In terms of close combat ability, it was even more powerful than Duan Lingtian's colossal aerolite arrow. I can only cultivate human rank saint grade martial tactics after I've entered the innate void restoration stage. At most, I can only cultivate human rank saint grade martial tactics. I can't cultivate saint grade martial tactics that are of a higher rank. Duan Lingtian learned something else from Han Xuanai. The saint-grade martial tactics had a cultivation base requirement. If one's cultivation base was low, they could only cultivate low-level saint-grade martial tactics. If one's cultivation base was high, they could only cultivate high-level saint-grade martial tactics. No wonder my cheapskate father only left me human rank upper-grade saint-grade martial tactics. It turns out that I can only cultivate this level of saint-grade martial tactics at most. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Not only that. According to Xuanai, even those on the mortal shedding stage and the saint rudiment stage can only cultivate human rank saint-grade martial tactics. Only those who have entered the saint stage can cultivate saint-grade martial tactics that are of a higher rank. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. Then, does this mean the colossal aerolite arrow will be with me for a long time? Also, I originally thought that the saint-grade martial tactic is similar to the martial skills on Cloud Continent, which are divided into offensive martial skills, defensive martial skills, and movement martial skills. It's divided into offensive martial skills, defensive martial skills, and movement martial skills. Now that I've learned more about the colossal aerolite arrow and talked to Xuan I finally found out that the saint-grade martial tactics include offensive, defensive, and movement techniques. For example, the colossal aerolite arrow that I've cultivated not only has offensive techniques, but it also has defensive techniques and movement techniques as well. Currently, I've only learned about offensive techniques and have only grasped the surface of it. As expected of the Dao martial Saint Lan's saint-grade martial tactic. It's really amazing. Duan Lingtian exclaimed. Apart from cultivating, Duan Lingtian would often spar with Han Xuanai. Of course, Han Xuanai had suppressed her strength. Otherwise, she would have easily defeated him. However, even so, he still witnessed how terrifying Han Xuanai's dragon elephant shattering palm was. Xuanai, the ancient Han clan on Cloud Continent can be considered as a branch of your clan on Cloud Continent. They've also mastered the saint-grade martial tactic? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded. The ancestor of the Han clan on Cloud Continent is a branch disciple of our clan. He passed down a saint-grade martial tactic that originated from the dragon elephant shattering palm. That saint-grade martial tactic is called the shadowless air palm. It's a human-rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic. Han Xuanai said, compared to the dragon elephant shattering palm, it's still a lot weaker. Almost all of the strongest people in the Han clan have cultivated the shadowless air palm. This is also the reason why Little Gold was no match for the old man from the Han clan. Little Gold's cultivation base was slightly weaker than him. Although the saint-grade martial tactic she cultivated was more powerful than him, her attainment in the saint-grade martial tactic was far from his. After all, Little Gold has only cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic for a short period of time. Han Xuanai continued. Little Gold has cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic as well. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Not only Little Gold, but Little Black and Little White have also cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic. However, since they've only been in contact with it for a short period of time, their attainment in the saint-grade martial tactic isn't deep. Han Xuanai added. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. He had only been in contact with the saint-grade martial tactic for a short period of time, so his attainment in the saint-grade martial tactic was not deep. If that was not the case, he was confident he could defeat Emperor Wu of Yuhan in one fell swoop with his cultivation base at the second-level Emperor Wu stage. After interacting with Han Xuanai, Duan Lingtian gained a new understanding of the saint-grade martial tactic. He began to spend more time studying the saint-grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow. The colossal aerolite arrow was a human-rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic left behind by his cheapskate father. It was divided into 6 forms. Among them, 3 forms focused on offense, 2 forms focused on movement, and 1 form focused on defense. From this, it could be seen that the colossal aerolite arrow was a saint-grade martial tactic that leaned toward offense, followed by movement and defense. Aerolite strike, aerolite shower, and sound of death. Chapter 13-16. Duan Lingtian was currently cultivating the aerolite strike. The aerolite strike was a single-target attack recorded in the colossal aerolite arrow. It was extremely powerful, and it was extremely effective when facing a small number of opponents. One arrow would kill one person. Since there was a single-target attack, there was naturally a group attack. The aerolite shower was the group attack of the colossal aerolite arrow. Once it was performed, it was like a rain of arrows. However, due to the fact that the power was dispersed, it was not as powerful as the aerolite strike. However, it was extremely effective in certain situations. The last attack, the Sound of Death, was a close-range attack. It could make up for the colossal aerolite arrow's shortcoming as a long-range attack Saint-grade martial tactic. The Sound of Death mainly relied on the bowstring to perform. When the bowstring vibrated, it was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, reaping the lives of the enemies close to it. During this time, the sound of the bowstring contrasted with the dead enemies. It was like the sound of death. That was how this attack got its name. The first movement technique of the colossal aerolite arrow is the body and arrow synchronization. The second movement technique is the body and arrow transformation. Duan Lingtian had already mastered a little of the body and arrow synchronization. For example, when Duan Lingtian attacked earlier, he had landed on the arrow with his body and moved with the arrow. This was the movement technique of the colossal aerolite arrow, the body and arrow synchronization. As for the body and arrow transformation, Duan Lingtian had not cultivated it yet. The defensive technique is called the colossal arrow bell. It's also the most difficult technique to cultivate in the colossal aerolite arrow. If I want to cultivate the colossal arrow bell, I must first cultivate the aerolite shower to the impeccable stage. Duan Lingtian learned all of this from the information about the colossal aerolite arrow that was recorded in his mind. Impeccable stage. What does that mean? Duan Lingtian frowned. He was puzzled. Since he was puzzled, he went to look for Han Xuanai and asked the question in his mind. Xuanai, in the colossal aerolite arrow that I cultivate, there's a defensive technique that requires an attack technique to be cultivated to the impeccable stage before I can start cultivating it. Perfection. What does that mean? Duan Lingtian asked. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Han Xuanai turned pale with fright. Is there something wrong? Duan Lingtian was startled. He felt that something was wrong. Brother Lingtian, it seems like the colossal aerolite arrow that you've cultivated is a saint-grade martial tactic that's not inferior to the dragon elephant destruction palm that I've cultivated. You must know that the dragon elephant destruction palm is the most powerful human rank saint-grade martial tactic in our clan. Those who are not of the direct line of descent are not allowed to cultivate. Han Xuanai sighed. You mean, the colossal aerolite arrow that I practice is very powerful? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course. Han Xuanai nodded. The dragon elephant destruction palm that I've cultivated has an attack technique that requires a movement technique to be cultivated to the impeccable stage before I can start cultivating it. Once the movement technique is cultivated to the impeccable stage, the power of the attack technique that's cultivated on top of this foundation will be even more powerful. It's even comparable to the attack technique contained in the Earth rank Saint-grade martial tactic. Brother Lingtian, do you think it's powerful or not? Han Xuanai asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard that. The Earth rank Saint-grade martial tactic was a powerful martial tactic that was above the human rank Saint-grade martial tactic. Previously, he had heard from Han Xuanai that the Earth rank Saint-grade martial tactic could only be cultivated by a true Saint stage powerhouse. Its power was far from what the human rank Saint-grade martial tactic could compare to. Now, he found out that the human rank Saint-grade martial tactic, the Dragon Elephant Destruction Palm, that Han Xuanai cultivated, had an attack technique that was comparable to the attack technique in the Earth rank Saint-grade martial tactic. How could he not be shocked? Xuanai, based on what you said, does that mean the defensive technique in the colossal aerolite arrow that I've cultivated is comparable to the defensive technique in the Earth rank Saint-grade martial tactic? Duan Lingtian quickly regained his senses. One of the defensive techniques in the colossal aerolite arrow that he cultivated also required him to cultivate an offensive technique to the point of perfection before he could start cultivating it. It was similar to the attack technique in the Dragon Elephant Destruction Palm that Han Xuanai cultivated. That's right. Han Xuanai nodded. That's why I'm surprised by the colossal aerolite arrow that you've cultivated, Brother Ling Tian. Your colossal aerolite arrow is a human rank saint grade martial tactic that's on the same level as my dragon elephant destruction palm. It's even more powerful than ordinary human rank prominent saint grade martial tactics. Even in our clan, there's only one set of human rank saint grade martial tactic of this level, and that's the dragon elephant destruction palm that I've cultivated. Such a saint grade martial tactic is the most powerful saint grade martial tactic that martial cultivators below the saint stage can cultivate. Han Xuanai finished her sentence in one breath. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the colossal aerolite arrow that I've cultivated is extremely precious? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. It's not just precious, it's priceless. If you're willing to sell the saint token that contains this set of saint grade martial tactic, there'll be people willing to exchange the saint token that contains an earth rank prominent saint grade martial tactic with you. Of course, it's only the saint token that contains an ordinary earth rank prominent saint grade martial tactic. Among the earth rank prominent saint grade martial tactics, there are some that are similar to the saint grade martial tactic that we've cultivated. They're even more precious. For example, in our clan, we have a few sets of ordinary earth rank prominent saint grade martial tactics. However, there's only one set of human rank prominent martial tactics like your colossal aerolite arrow, and that's the dragon elephant destruction palm that I've cultivated. Han Xuanai said. A saint token that could be exchanged for an earth rank prominent saint grade martial tactic? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened involuntarily. At this moment, he finally realized how precious the saint token that contained the colossal aerolite arrow in his hand was. Even the powerful force behind Xuanai only had one set of saint grade martial tactic like that. Brother Ling Tian, it's fine for you to reveal the profundity of the colossal aerolite arrow in front of others. However, you must keep the saint token that contains the colossal aerolite arrow a secret no matter what. You can't let anyone know about it. Han Xuanai changed from her mischievous attitude as she said solemnly, otherwise. Even a saint stage powerhouse would be interested in the saint token that contains the colossal aerolite arrow in your hand. For the sake of the saint token, they might not even care about their identity and directly kill you to take the saint token for themselves. Han Xuanai said. I understand. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn as he nodded heavily. It would not be a big deal if other people only knew about the profundity of the colossal aerolite arrow. Without the saint token, he could not pass the saint grade martial tactic to others even if he wanted to. However, if other people knew he had the saint token that contained the colossal aerolite arrow, it would be completely different. As long as one obtained the saint token, one would be able to cultivate the saint grade martial tactic recorded in the saint token. Perhaps a saint stage powerhouse would not bother to cultivate a human rank saint grade martial tactic, but what about their descendants? What about their juniors? For the sake of their descendants and juniors, they would do everything they could to obtain the saint token that contained a top human rank saint grade martial tactic like the colossal aerolite arrow. Boy, I didn't hear you mention this before. I can't believe the colossal aerolite arrow that you're cultivating is a top human rank saint grade martial tactic. At this moment, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was none other than Wang Ba's voice. A hint of surprise could be heard in Wang Ba's voice. You should know that even before I made a breakthrough to become a saint stage powerhouse, I've never come into contact with a human rank saint grade martial tactic like this before. You're really lucky. With this human rank saint grade martial tactic, before you make a breakthrough to the saint stage, you'll be invincible among martial cultivators and Dao cultivators of the same level as you as long as you don't encounter someone who has cultivated a similar martial tactic or Dao method like you. When Wang Ba reached the end of his sentence, he said enviously. Upon hearing Wang Ba's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked again. Even Wang Ba, a former saint stage powerhouse, said the colossal aerolite arrow was a good thing. It must be true then. Brother Ling Tian, it seems like your father isn't an ordinary person in the Dao martial saint land. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to take out a saint grade martial tactic like this. Han Xuanai said, even if it's my father, he wouldn't let me run around with the dragon elephant shattering sky palm because he was afraid of losing it. However, your father gave you the colossal aerolite arrow's saint token a long time ago. It was better if he was not. Even Han Shuanai felt that her father was stingy when she compared herself to him. Not an ordinary person. Upon hearing Han Shuanai's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent. A strange yet familiar figure appeared in his mind. It was none other than his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. From the moment Duan Rufeng returned until the moment he left, he was always so mysterious to Duan Lingtian. He could not figure him out at all. Perhaps. In the end, Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Han Shuanai. Brother Lingtian, your father must have left you on the Cloud Continent to train you. Training on the Cloud Continent is much better than training in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Han Shuanai said, in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the natives of the Dao Martial Saint Land are mostly weaker than the martial and Dao cultivators from the three great mortal continents with the same cultivation base. Why? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by Han Shuanai's words. The natives of the Dao Martial Saint Land have a better cultivation environment and more cultivation resources. Shouldn't they be stronger? Boy, the cultivation environment in the Dao Martial Saint Land is good, and there are more cultivation resources. However, it's also because of this that the natives of the Dao Martial Saint Land are more like spoiled seedlings. Wang Ba's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's mind again. What Han Shuanai said next was similar to what Wang Ba had said. Unlike the natives of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the martial and Dao cultivators from the three great mortal continents grow slower even though their cultivation environment and cultivation resources are worse. Their foundation is more solid. Chapter 13-17. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand. Sometimes, it was not necessarily a good thing to have a fast cultivation speed. If one's foundation was not stable, they would not have enough combat strength or even suffer from qi deviation. Xuanai. What does the impeccable stage mean in the colossal aerolite arrow that I'm cultivating? Soon after, Duan Lingtian recalled this. According to the colossal aerolite arrow, only when he had cultivated the aerolite shower to the impeccable stage would he be able to officially cultivate the defensive technique, the colossal arrow bell. However, he had no idea what the impeccable stage meant. Brother Ling Tian, when the martial skills on Cloud Continent are cultivated to a certain level, they're divided into stages. Rudiment, initial stage, mastery, and perfection. Han Shuanai looked at Duan Lingtian. The techniques in the Saint Grade martial tactic are also divided into stages. You mean? The impeccable stage means that the techniques in the Saint Grade martial tactic have been cultivated to a certain level? Duan Lingtian was enlightened. Yes. Han Shuanai nodded. The techniques in the Saint Grade martial tactic are different from the martial skills on Cloud Continent. They're divided into 5 stages. The 5 stages are novice initiation, intermediate, higher level, familiar, and impeccable. The impeccable stage is also the peak of the techniques in the Saint Grade martial tactic. Han Shuanai finished speaking in one breath. Novice initiation, intermediate, higher level, familiar, and impeccable. The impeccable stage is the peak of the techniques in the Saint Grade martial tactic. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. As he muttered to himself, he remembered the 5 stages that represented the Saint Grade martial tactic techniques. It seems like I won't be able to cultivate the colossal arrow bell for the time being. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. The colossal arrow bell was the only defensive technique in the colossal aerolite arrow. It had a very strict requirement to practice it. One had to practice the other attack to the point of perfection. Shooting star arrow hail. I haven't even started practicing it yet. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Bastard. The meteor strike that I've been practicing should be considered as a beginner, right? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian asked Wang Ba. It's novice insight. Wang Ba replied, however, the movement technique, body and arrow synchronization, has yet to reach the novice realm. If you cultivate it to the novice realm, your speed will be further increased. That kind of improvement is very obvious. It's just like the improvement that the meteor strike gave you before. Wang Ba said. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian cultivated the colossal aerolite arrow even more diligently. Before this, he had the intention to ask Han Xuanai about the Dao Martial Saint Land's cultivation method. On Cloud Continent, a person's cultivation speed was closely related to the cultivation method they cultivated. For example, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that he cultivated could be considered as the top cultivation method on Cloud Continent. It was even comparable to the 3 Lives Rebirth technique that Emperor Wu cultivated back then. Brother Ling Tian, the effect of the Dao Martial Saint Land's cultivation method on martial cultivators is completely different from the effect of the cultivation method on Cloud Continent's martial artists. There's no higher grade cultivation method in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Han Xuanai shook her head and said, not only that, the Dao Martial Saint Land's cultivation method might not even be comparable to the Cloud Continent's cultivation method. The Dao Martial Saint Land's cultivation method might not be comparable to the Cloud Continent's cultivation method? One had to admit that Han Xuanai's words shocked Duan Lingtian. How's that possible? Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. Boy, this little girl is telling the truth. At this moment, Wang Ba's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's mind. Really? After receiving Wang Ba's confirmation, Duan Lingtian calmed down immediately. However, he still found it hard to believe. Why do you say so? Duan Lingtian asked after taking a deep breath. Brother Lingtian, I've told you before. Martial artists who grew up on the mortal continent like the Cloud Continent are usually stronger than the natives of the Dao Martial Saint Land when they reach the Dao Martial Saint Land. Han Xuanai said, apart from the difference in cultivation environment and cultivation resources, the reason for this is mostly because of the cultivation method. The native cultivation method in the Dao Martial Saint Land was created by our ancestors based on the cultivation environment and cultivation resources in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although it's fast to raise one's cultivation level, there are many drawbacks. On the other hand, although the cultivation method in the mortal continent is slow to raise one's cultivation level, it has the advantage of having a strong foundation. The reason why the cultivation method exists is to help one absorb the energy from heaven and earth and integrate it into one's body to circulate the energy in one's body. This is also the foundation of the cultivation method. The cultivation method in the Cloud Continent that can be cultivated to the Emperor Wu stage is much better than the native cultivation method in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Just like the cultivation method I cultivate, it's not a native cultivation method in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's a cultivation method from another mortal continent. Han Xuanai continued. But how do the martial artists on the Cloud Continent cultivate once they break through to the mortal shedding stage? After all, the limit of our cultivation method is the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian frowned. His face was filled with confusion. He could understand Han Xuanai's words, but it was difficult for him to understand. In his opinion, even if they had broken through to the mortal shedding stage, it was nothing in the Dao Martial Saint Land. After the mortal shedding stage, there was still the Saint Rudiment stage and the Saint stage. After breaking through to the mortal shedding stage, they still had to continue cultivating. At this time, the cultivation method they cultivated on the Cloud Continent seemed to be useless, right? Brother Ling Tian, the cultivation in the Dao Martial Saint Land is not as complicated as you think. As long as the cultivation method that can be cultivated to the innate void restoration stage on the mortal continent, it can be cultivated continuously in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Of course, during this process, due to the difference in the cultivation method, it has a different effect on everyone. Moreover, after breaking through to the mortal shedding stage and opening the saint veins, the cultivation method will change passively. Han Xuanai said. The innate void restoration stage was the Emperor Wu stage on the Cloud Continent. Han Xuanai's words shocked Duan Lingtian. At the same time, it also made him realize that the 9 Dragons War sovereign technique that he cultivated could continue cultivating even after he had broken through to the mortal shedding stage. Saint Veins? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. This was his first time hearing this term. All martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the innate stage will reach the mortal shedding stage once they break through. After breaking through to the mortal shedding stage, they'll open Saint Veins in their bodies. Saint Veins are related to the foundation of a martial and Dao cultivator. The more Saint Veins are opened, the stronger their ability will be. Usually, martial and Dao cultivators from the mortal continent will open more Saint Veins than the natives of the Dao martial Saint Land due to the difference in cultivation environment, cultivation resources, and cultivation method. Han Xuanai said, "This is the reason why I said the natives of the Dao martial Saint Land are inferior to the martial and Dao cultivators from the mortal continent." Saint Veins. It was the foundation of a martial and Dao cultivator. It would affect one's ability. Duan Lingtian nodded. The process of opening Saint Veins is also called the mortal shedding stage. This is where the mortal shedding stage comes from. No matter if it's a martial or Dao cultivator, the more Saint Veins you open when you're at the mortal shedding stage, the stronger your ability will be. This is because once you break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, you won't be able to continue opening Saint Veins. Han Xuanai explained. How many Saint Veins are there in total? Duan Lingtian asked. Since ancient times, the number of Saint Veins hidden in a person's body is as many as 81. However, in the history of the Dao martial Saint Land, there are only a handful of powerhouses who managed to open 81 Saint Veins. In the history of the Dao martial Saint Land for the past 10,000 years, there's only one person who managed to open 81 Saint Veins. When Han Xuanai reached this point, her eyes were burning with eagerness. Opened 81 Saint Veins? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Did that not mean that person had opened all the hidden Saint Veins in his body? Earlier, Xuanai had said that the more Saint Veins one opened, the stronger one's ability would be. Would it not be heaven-defying to open 81 Saint Veins? Yes. Han Xuanai nodded. I didn't expect that. I really didn't expect that such a heaven-defying person would appear during the time I was sealed by the Devil Seal Tablet. At the same time, Wang Ba's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's mind. You've never heard of that person? Duan Lingtian was stunned. No. Wang Ba replied. Xuanai. How many Saint Veins can an ordinary person open when they're at the mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian asked. An ordinary person is considered to be talented if they can open 30 Saint Veins. Those at the mortal shedding stage who can open 30 Saint Veins can enter the Saint Rudiment stage. However, only those who have opened 50 Saint Veins or more can enter the Saint Rudiment stage. Han Xuanai explained. Those who open 50 Saint Veins can enter the Saint Rudiment stage and become a Saint stage powerhouse. Duan Lingtian gasped. At this moment, he could feel how heaven-defying the powerhouse who had opened 81 Saint Veins was. Bastard, how many Saint Veins did you open back then? Duan Lingtian asked Wang Ba. 59, Wang Ba replied after a moment of hesitation. Only 59. Duan Lingtian frowned. Humph. Boy, you're considered to be extremely talented to be able to open 59 Saint Veins. In my era, the person who opened the most Saint Veins only opened 67 Saint Veins. Wang Ba snorted. 67 Saint Veins? That's quite far from 81 Saint Veins. Duan Lingtian muttered. 81 Saint Veins. That's a legend. In my era, there were only 2 people who had opened 81 Saint Veins in the known history of the Dao martial Saint Land for almost 100,000 years. Including the person the little girl mentioned, there were only 3 people who had opened 81 Saint Veins in the Dao martial Saint Land for more than 100,000 years. Chapter 13:18. Xuanai. What happened to the powerhouse who opened 81 Saint veins that you mentioned earlier? Is there any news about him in the Dao Martial Saint land? Duan Lingtian was curious about the powerhouse who opened 81 Saint veins that Han Shu and I mentioned. According to Wang Ba, the powerhouse was a powerhouse. He was a legend in the martial Dao. Yes. Han Shu and I nodded. Her face was tense. After that powerhouse grew up, he swept through the Dao Martial Saint land. No one was his match. At that time, he was ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking in the Dao Martial Saint land. He once challenged 9 powerhouses ranked 2nd to 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He fought all 9 of them alone. That great battle also became a legend in the Dao Martial Saint land. There was a hint of admiration in Han Xuanai's eyes when she reached the end of her sentence. Supreme Saint ranking. Duan Lingtian was stunned. The Supreme Saint ranking is the ranking of the strongest Saint stage powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land. It represents the strongest people in the Dao Martial Saint land. The person ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking is also the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land. Wang Ba's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's mind. Han Xuanai also introduced the ranking to him at the same time. The Supreme Saint ranking is the ranking of the strongest Saint stage powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Wang Ba, in your era, what was your rank on the Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I was ranked 99th on the Supreme Saint ranking, Wang Ba said with a hint of pride in his tone. 99th? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He asked curiously, how many people were ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking? 100 people. Wang Ba replied. How long were you on the ranking? Duan Lingtian asked again. Kid, I'm tired. I'm going to rest first. Hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Wang Ba changed the topic and remained silent. Duan Lingtian laughed inwardly. It seemed like Wang Ba had not been on the Supreme Saint ranking for long. Although he had guessed that Wang Ba had not stayed on the Supreme Saint ranking for long, he had never expected that Wang Ba had stayed on the Supreme Saint ranking for less than an hour. Back then, Wang Ba was laughed at by many because of this. He only stayed for a short time because when Wang Ba challenged the Saint Stage expert ranked 99th on the Supreme Saint ranking, there were 2 other Saint Stage experts who were also there to challenge the Saint Stage expert ranked behind him. When he defeated his opponent and replaced him, he was ranked 99th on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, a Saint Realm powerhouse behind him defeated him. At that time, he was ranked 100th on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, when another Saint Stage powerhouse challenged him and defeated him, he was kicked out of the Supreme Saint ranking. From then on, he had never been on the Supreme Saint ranking again. That senior was ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking for 30 years. Nobody could shake his position. When he ascended and could no longer fight, his name was removed from the Supreme Saint ranking. Han Xuanai continued. Ascended? When Duan Lingtian heard Han Xuanai's words, a scene from his hometown appeared in his mind. The remote canyon with the word sword carved on it was still vivid in his mind. Feng Qingyang, who left the word sword, the guy who called himself the Sword Saint, seemed to have mentioned ascending as well. When he thought about this, Duan Lingtian asked curiously, Xuanai, what's the name of that powerhouse? Everyone calls him Sword Saint. As for his real name, not many people know of it. Han Xuanai replied. Sword Saint. When Duan Lingtian heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Could it be such a coincidence? Both of them were called Sword Saints, and both of them had ascended as well. It could be a coincidence. It's not strange for a powerful sword cultivator to be called a Sword Saint. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. According to Xuanai, the cultivation method on Cloud Continent that can be cultivated to the Emperor Wu stage is not inferior to the cultivation method in the Dao Martial Saint land. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that I cultivate can be said to be the top cultivation method on Cloud Continent. I wonder how many saint veins I can open after I break through to the mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian yearned to reach the mortal shedding stage and open the 81 hidden saint veins in his body. However, he knew that he could not rush it. Right now, I'm only at the second level of the Emperor Wu stage. There's still a long way to go before I reach the mortal shedding stage. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, it was as though he was splashed with cold water, waking him up completely. 10 days passed by quickly. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian and the rest, as well as Yang Hui and the rest from Lingxian Peak, followed the people from the Hidden Fog Island to the leader of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, Half Moon Island. Apart from them, the other Emperor Wu and Demon Emperors from Cloud Continent also brought their people along. Some of their subordinates were ranked in the top 30 of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Of course, there were also some subordinates of Emperor Wu and Demon Emperors who were not ranked in the top 30, but they still tagged along to join in the fun. It was a rare opportunity to go to the leader of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, Half Moon Island. It was a rare opportunity. Half Moon Island was located in the north of the Hidden Fog Island. In the depths of the sea in the north, there were even more terrifying underwater demon beasts. Many of them were at the 4th level Demon Emperor stage and above. Everyone gathered and the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island personally led the team to Half Moon Island. Duan Lingtian had seen the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island once before. However, it was only his innate illusion. Now that he was standing in front of the real person, it gave him a sense of pressure. Xuanai, the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island, is at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. He's also at the peak of the innate stage. Do you have the confidence to fight him? After they departed, Duan Lingtian asked Han Xuanai through voice transmission. If he doesn't cultivate the Saint grade martial tactic, it'll be a piece of cake to defeat him. However, if he cultivates the Saint grade martial tactic, it'll be hard to say. Han Xuanai replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since he had cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow, he naturally knew that whether or not the Saint grade martial tactic was very important to a Emperor Wu powerhouse. The group of Emperor stage powerhouses from the Cloud Continent who were heading to Half Moon Island was missing Shi Qi, Emperor Wu Lei Ming, and Zhou Yi. However, the group of people from Thundercloud Peak still followed them under Lan Bai's lead. Yuhan Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian could sense the Yuhan Emperor Wu's gaze sweeping over from time to time. However, he did not care. His current strength was no longer inferior to the Yuhan Emperor Wu. If they were to fight, the Yuhan Emperor Wu would at most come to a draw with him. Want to defeat him? Impossible. It's a pity that the aerolite strike and body and arrow synchronization haven't improved. Otherwise, I'm confident I'll be able to defeat the Yuhan Emperor Wu as long as any one of them has a breakthrough. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If other people knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking at that moment, they would definitely think that he was a man whose heart was never content. It was already unbelievable that a mere level 2 Emperor Wu could come to a draw with a level 5 Emperor Wu. Perhaps it was because of Han Xuanai's order, the Qing Xian Emperor Wu did not take the initiative to greet her when he saw Han Xuanai again. The group of people left the Hidden Fog Island and headed to Half Moon Island. Apart from the first island master, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island followed behind them to guard the rear. Only the second island master stayed behind to guard the Hidden Fog Island. It's a pity. If the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Chen Bei, came with us, I'll just have to find an opportunity to lure him to kill me. He would definitely kill me immediately, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he thought to himself. Right now, he was no longer as fearful of Chen Bei as before. This was because Xuanai and the 3 little fellows were by his side. Even if the 3 little fellows were not killed by Chen Bei, Han Xuanai could easily defeat or even kill Chen Bei. He was very confident about this. On the way to Half Moon Island, they encountered some ignorant demon beasts. However, the moment these demon beasts left the ocean, they were killed before they could even see who they were going to attack. The dead bodies that fell dyed the ocean red. So powerful. Every time a demon beast died in such a bizarre manner, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, looked at the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island in unison. They knew that it was the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island who did it. He cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic. Han Xuanai's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Through the first island master of the Hidden Fog Islands attack several times, Han Xuanai could see some clues and confirmed that he had cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. However, he did not seem to be surprised by this. After all, the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island was the true owner of the Hidden Fog Island, one of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands. It was not strange for someone like him to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic. It would be strange if he did not cultivate it. Time passed by quietly. A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. That's Half Moon Island. It was unknown who cried out in a low voice, but it woke Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating with his eyes closed. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked over. With just a glance, he saw a small black dot in front of him that was constantly enlarging. Unlike the Hidden Fog Island that was shrouded in layers of fog, the island that was gradually becoming clearer entered his sight. Half Moon Island. I've finally arrived. Duan Lingtian mumbled softly. During this 1 month, Duan Lingtian was brought along by Yang Hui while he devoted himself to cultivating. Chapter 13-19. After Duan Lingtian and the rest followed the first island master of Hidden Fog Island into Half Moon Island, they headed straight to the center of Half Moon Island. The heaven and earth origin energy that filled Half Moon Island was denser the closer they were to the center of the island. It seems like the supreme grade origin stone mine in Half Moon Island is buried in the center of the island. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. As they flew, all they could see was a lush forest. The air was filled with a fresh scent that entered their noses and mouths, making them feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Earth in my previous life was very industrialized. It's rare to have such an environment. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but think of Earth in his previous life. He thought of the days he spent on Earth. It felt like a lifetime ago. Unknowingly, it's been more than 10 years since I came to this world. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. More than 10 years. I wonder if that fellow is dead or not. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly when he thought of the fellow who betrayed him. In this world, I can see the stars when I look up at the sky at night. This means the land I'm standing on might be a planet as well. Duan Lingtian's thoughts could not help but drift away. They're all planets. I wonder if the Saint stage powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land can leave the planet and fly in space with their bodies. Duan Lingtian's emotions surged when he thought of this. If it was possible, perhaps he could go to another planet and return to Earth. Although Duan Lingtian had nothing to worry about on Earth, he felt a lump in his throat whenever he thought of the fellow who betrayed him. He wished he could tear that fellow into pieces. That fellow's survival would always be a knot in his heart. Perhaps, I'll feel better when I think that fellow has died of natural causes after 100 years have passed. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As long as the humans in this world broke through to the Emperor Wu stage, it would not be difficult for them to live up to 200 years old. As for returning to Earth, Duan Lingtian merely thought about it. It was too unrealistic. Sword Saint Feng Qing Yang mentioned White Sun Ascension before. Xuanai also mentioned White Sun Ascension before. In my previous life on Earth, my hometown, ancient myths and legends also mentioned White Sun Ascension. According to ancient myths and legends, when a mortal cultivates the celestial method to the peak, they'll be able to ascend to the celestial realm and become a celestial. I wonder if the ascension of the people in this world is similar to the ascension of the white feather in ancient myths and legends. Thousands of thoughts of heavenly legends and legends of heavenly legends. Xuanai, you mentioned before that the powerhouse who opened up 81 saint veins and was known as the Sword Saint had ascended to the heavens. Do you know what White Sun Ascension means? Unable to conceal his curiosity, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Han Xuanai. Upon hearing this, Han Xuanai frowned. Her mischievous eyes gleamed as she said, I'm not too sure what it means. However, since ancient times, there's a rumor in the Dao Martial Saint Land that ascension also means leaving the Dao Martial Saint Land. Leaving the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Lingtian frowned. What does that mean? Is he dead? Or has he gone to another world? In the ancient myths and legends on Earth in his previous life, ascension meant leaving Earth and reaching the celestial realm to become a celestial. However, he did not know what this world was like. I've never heard of this before. However, he shouldn't be dead. After all, the life of a saint stage powerhouse is extremely long. Han Xuanai said, a powerful saint stage powerhouse even has an endless life. Life as long as heaven and earth. Boom! Han Xuanai's words were like a bolt of lightning that struck down and shocked Duan Lingtian to the point he was dumbstruck. Life as long as heaven and earth? Isn't that the legendary immortality? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel his heart beating faster and faster. In the end, it felt as though his heart was going to jump out of his chest. Immortality. That was everyone's dream. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was still on Earth, he had only heard of ancient myths and legends that celestials could live forever and live as long as heaven and earth. However, legends were only legends after all. Before this, immortality was only a legend in Duan Lingtian's heart. However, Xuanai said a powerful saint stage powerhouse could live forever. How could he not be shocked? Xuanai, is what you said true? Can a powerful saint stage powerhouse really have an endless life and live as long as heaven and earth? Duan Lingtian asked after he took a deep breath and tried to suppress his excitement. It's true. Han Xuanai nodded. This is not a rare thing in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, not every saint stage powerhouse can live as long as heaven and earth. A powerhouse who has just entered the saint stage can only live for 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Although he was shocked, Duan Lingtian was able to maintain his composure since he knew about immortality. As long as I enter the saint stage, I can live for 1,000 years. A powerful saint stage powerhouse can live forever. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with longing. He longed to break through to the saint stage and become a saint stage powerhouse one day. Boy, as long as you break through to the mortal shedding stage, your lifespan will be increased to 300 years. If you break through to the saint rudiment stage, your lifespan will be increased to 500 years. At this moment, Wang Ba's voice sounded in a timely manner. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Even if he broke through to the Emperor Wu stage and became an Emperor Wu powerhouse, his lifespan would only be close to 200 years. He could live for 300 years on the mortal shedding stage. At this moment, apart from yearning for the saint bloodline, Duan Lingtian was also yearning for longevity. He was eager to elevate his cultivation base and break through to the mortal shedding stage. Ha! Tang Zhen, long time no see. Not knowing when, a hearty laugh came and woke Duan Lingtian up. Duan Lingtian lifted his head and realized they had arrived at the center of Half Moon Island. They were hovering in the air above a group of buildings. In front of them, an old man had just stopped moving. Behind him were two other old men and a middle-aged man. Whether it was the old man or the three people behind him, all of them wore the same uniform. There was a half moon embroidered on their chests. This half moon was similar to the shape of Half Moon Island. It was obvious they were wearing Half Moon Island's uniform. However, unlike the blue half-moon embroidered on the old man's chest, the half-moon embroidered on the other three people's chests was green. It seems like the color of the half-moon represents their position on Half Moon Island. Duan Lingtian figured it out with just a glance. At the same time, whispers came into Duan Lingtian's ears. It's the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island and the three elders of Half Moon Island. How do you know their identities? Just look at the symbol on their chests. There's a clear hierarchy in Half Moon Island. It's divided by the 7 colors of the rainbow. Red, orange, yellow, green, green, blue, blue, purple. Among them, the red moon symbol has the lowest status. It's just an ordinary outer island disciple. The purple moon symbol has the highest status. It represents the island master of Half Moon Island. I've heard about it too. Under the purple moon symbol is the blue moon symbol. It's exclusive to the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island. Under the blue moon symbol is the blue moon symbol. It's the inner island elder of Half Moon Island. Most of the people whispering were the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples. As people from the overseas Saint Islands, they had heard about Half Moon Island long ago. Shao Kun, you're still alive. Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, responded to the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island's greeting with a smile. Many people from Hidden Fog Island, including Duan Lingtian, were shocked when they heard this. Compared to Duan Lingtian and the rest, the 3 elders of Half Moon Island were much calmer. They did not seem to be surprised by this at all. At the same time, Shao Kun, the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island, looked at Tang Zhen with a smile. How can I be dead when you're still alive? Don't forget that you're a few years older than me. Shao Kun was a little proud when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, the group of people from the Hidden Fog Island, including Duan Lingtian, noticed something was amiss. The first island master of Hidden Fog Island and the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island must have known each other for a long time. Otherwise, they would not be so casual with each other. Old man, don't you have anything else to say other than this? Tang Zhen snorted and said in annoyance. He was always at a disadvantage in front of Shao Kun because of this. Ha! That's enough. Shao Kun laughed proudly. After he was done laughing, he looked at Duan Lingtian and the rest. All of you must be tired from following this old man all the way here. I'll bring all of you to rest. After he finished speaking, he and the 3 elders of Half Moon Island turned around and led the way. At this moment, apart from the Hidden Fog Island's disciples, even Duan Lingtian and the rest of the people from Cloud Continent did not follow them directly. Instead, they looked at Tang Zhen in unison. They did not dare to walk in front of the first island master of Hidden Fog Island due to his powerful strength. If he was displeased, he could kill them with a wave of his hand. Of course, there were also some people who were not afraid of Tang Zhen. Han Xuanai did not follow them because she saw Duan Lingtian did not move. It was not because she was afraid of Tang Zhen. As Tang Zhen moved, Duan Lingtian and the rest followed him. Under the arrangement of Shao Kun, the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian and the rest stayed in the central building complex of Half Moon Island, which was also the main building complex of Half Moon Island. This was where the Vice Island Masters, the Inner Island Elders, Core Disciples, and Inner Island Disciples of Half Moon Island lived under Di Yong, the Island Master of Half Moon Island. The Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island is a Dao cultivator. In the spacious courtyard, Han Xuanai looked at Shao Kun who was flying away and muttered to herself. Dao cultivator. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He immediately followed Han Xuanai's gaze. Chapter 1320. To the east of Half Moon Island, near the sea, one could hear the continuous sound of waves. Smack! 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 The waves rolled, one after another, slapping against the reefs, producing different sounds. Whoosh! A black light flashed. It was an arrow that was as black as ink that was shot towards the sea. Almost at the same time the arrow was shot out, a purple figure landed on top of it and stepped on the arrow. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the seaside. A majestic power spread out and dispersed the waves that came crashing over. He stepped on the arrow and flew a few rounds around the sea and the coast before the purple figure slowed down and revealed himself. The person who revealed himself was a purple-clad young man. He was Duan Lingtian. Yuhan Emperor Wu. Looking at the lady standing in the air not far away, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and put away the arrow that he was stepping on. He held the bow in one hand and the arrow in the other. It seemed like this was the only way he could feel safe. This lady was the owner of Yuhan Valley on Cloud Continent, Yuhan Emperor Wu. She was not here earlier. It was obvious that she had just shown herself. Duan Lingtian, you're really bold. You actually dare to come out and cultivate by yourself in this unfamiliar environment. Yuhan Emperor Wu looked at Duan Lingtian calmly and said slowly. I'm not sure if I'm brave or not. However, Yuhan Emperor Wu, you're really patient. 13 days. You only showed yourself after 13 days. Duan Lingtian looked at Yuhan Emperor Wu and clicked his tongue. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian was done speaking, Yuhan Emperor Wu's expression changed completely. 13 days ago, she noticed that Duan Lingtian had left the residence that the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island had arranged for him and came here to cultivate his martial skill. He had cultivated for an entire day. At first, she only dared to hide at the side, fearing that it was a trap. After that, day after day, she hid in the dark, secretly observing Duan Lingtian. She also searched everywhere, but she didn't find anyone following Duan Lingtian or protecting Duan Lingtian. Today was the 13th day of her following Duan Lingtian. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, she searched the surrounding area again, but did not find a third person. At this time, the cautious her finally made a decision. Kill the Duan Lingtian and seize the Duan Lingtian's wealth, which originated from the Emperor Wu of Samsara. Sucking in a breath of cold air, the cold Emperor Wu looked around, thinking that there was a powerful warrior hiding in the dark, warning Duan Lingtian. There's no need to look. I'm the only one here. Duan Lingtian said lightly. Just you. You can find me. The cold Emperor Wu asked in a deep voice as a gleam flashed in her eyes. Do you think you can hide well? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I almost forgot. You're the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. It's not surprising that you have some special techniques. The cold Emperor Wu sized up Duan Lingtian, and her expression softened. Someone saved you on the hidden fog island the last time. You won't be so lucky on Half Moon Island this time. The cold Emperor Wu took out her spirit weapon as she spoke. It was a 3-foot-long spirit sword, a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. She was prepared to attack with all her might and kill Duan Lingtian in the shortest time possible. She was afraid that something would happen if she delayed. It seems like you're very confident in killing me, Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Martial Emperor Yuhan and said unhurriedly. Stop trying to be mysterious. The cold Emperor Wu sneered. Her robe fluttered, and she disappeared from where she was. She dashed out with her sword as though she had transformed into a gigantic sword that flew across the sky. The gigantic sword exuded a bone-chilling aura that caused the surrounding air to stagnate. The airflow seemed to have solidified. You'll definitely die today. As the cold Emperor Wu spoke, the spirit sword in her hand vibrated, and the surrounding aura became even colder. Heaven and earth wipe out. The cold Emperor Wu performed the most powerful sword skill in the Han Bing's divine sword technique. She attacked with a killer move and aimed for Duan Lingtian's vital point. She wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in one hit. I'll definitely die. He sneered in response. In the face of the cold Emperor Wu's ferocious sword move, he pulled the bowstring on the strong bow in his hand into a full moon. Just as the cold Emperor Wu performed the heaven and earth wipeout, a small dot of light appeared on the tip of the sword and was about to explode with a terrifying chill that froze everything into an ice sculpture and shattered it. Clang! A sound that sounded like muffled thunder resonated. It was Duan Ling Tian releasing the hand that was on the bowstring and pinching the end of the arrow. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the arrow pierced through the air. Its speed was much faster than when he was cultivating alone. Comparing the two, it was obvious that he had been holding back. Body and arrow synchronization. At the same time, Duan Lingtian dashed out and landed on the arrow. The arrow's speed increased, and so did his speed. Whoosh! 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 Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian shot out the arrow, the small dot of light on the tip of the cold Emperor Wu's sword exploded silently and turned into light dust that filled the air. It whistled and emitted a bone-piercing chill. Duan Lingtian stepped on the arrow and barely dodged the cold Emperor Wu's attack. The air in the void where Duan Lingtian was just now froze and emitted an extremely cold aura. Oh no! The cold Emperor Wu's expression changed drastically. She could see that Duan Lingtian's current speed was much faster than hers. Even if she used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and performed her movement martial skill to run at full speed, her speed was not as fast as Duan Lingtian's current speed. When she thought about how Duan Lingtian had been hiding in front of her for the past 13 days and how Duan Lingtian seemed to have known that she was hiding in the dark for the past 13 days, she finally had an ominous feeling in her heart. Since Duan Lingtian already knew that she was hiding in the dark, how could he still maintain his composure? She did not think much about it before, but now that she thought about it, she broke out in cold sweat. Could it be that he has the confidence to defeat me? When she thought of this possibility, the cold Emperor Wu only felt a chill rising from the bottom of her feet to her head. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. Run! The thought continued to grow in her mind. She was so frightened that she no longer dared to hesitate and wanted to escape at the first moment. However, was she able to leave just because she wanted to now? Aerolite strike. A cold voice sounded, accompanied by a short-lived whistling sound. Before she could react, the cold Emperor Wu's body trembled and she let out a muffled groan. From the beginning until the end, the cold Emperor Wu only saw a black light that flashed like lightning. In the next moment, she felt a heart-wrenching pain from the hand that held the sword. A hideous bloody hole appeared on her wrist. The spirit sword in her hand almost fell. Fortunately, she caught it in time with her other hand. Whoosh! Another whistling sound was heard. Before she could react, another bloody hole appeared on the other wrist of the cold Emperor Wu. The spirit sword finally fell from the sky. You were the one who broke my heaven and earth wipeout and saved the profound spirit Emperor Wu that day? Although she had stopped the bleeding on both her wrists, the cold Emperor Wu's face was pale and she did not feel good. She looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief as she questioned him. This person who should have been weak in her eyes was actually more powerful than her. She could not accept this cruel fact. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. It is already your good fortune that the Yuhan Valley could inherit the Frost Emperor Wu's legacy. It is a pity that you did not cherish it. Duan Lingtian said coldly. In his opinion. From the moment the cold Emperor Wu set her eyes on him and tried to plot against him, the cold Emperor Wu's tragedy was destined. At the same time, he placed the arrow in his hand on the bowstring and pulled the bowstring into a full moon again, aiming at the cold Emperor Wu. At this moment, the cold Emperor Wu felt as though she was locked in by something. There was no way out. I am very curious. Why is there such a huge difference between you when you used your spirit weapon and when you did not? The cold Emperor Wu seemed to have realized that she was going to die today. However, she still asked the question in her heart. Even if she was going to die, she wanted to die knowing why. That day, I tested your strength. And that day, you took out your spirit weapon bow and arrow and broke my heaven and earth wipeout. Although I did not use my spirit weapon, the attack power of your arrow was not something that you could have. Because of that, the cold Emperor Wu had never thought that the arrow was shot by Duan Lingtian. Saint grade martial tactic, Duan Lingtian said unhurriedly. The moment his words left his mouth, Martial Emperor Yuhan's eyes shrunk all of a sudden. Shock filled her face as a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her lips. I see. You've actually cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic. The cold Emperor Wu had heard of the Saint grade martial tactic before. It was an existence that was above heaven-class advanced martial skills. It was extremely powerful. My defeat is not unjustified. The cold Emperor Wu gasped. Last question. What's your cultivation base now? Emperor Wu Stage 3. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he released the arrow in his hand. Not only did he release the arrow, but he also released the bowstring that held the arrow, granting the arrow absolute freedom. Arrow light strike. The arrow shot out again. Blood spurted out and pierced through the cold Emperor Wu's chest, killing him instantly. The cold Emperor Wu, one of the top 3 Emperor Wu on the surface of Cloud Continent, had died just like that. First, it was the Thunder Emperor Wu, then it was the Cold Emperor Wu. 2 of the top 3 Emperor Wu on the surface of Cloud Continent had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian. After the body and arrow synchronization entered the fundamental awareness stage, my speed has indeed increased to another level. With the Emperor Wu's cultivation base at the 3rd level realm and the sword concept that had broken through again, it was not difficult for me to kill the cold Emperor Wu. After putting away the cold Emperor Wu's spatial ring and profundity fragment, Duan Lingtian stood in the air and recalled the earlier scene as he muttered to himself. Half a month later, it'll be time for me to meet the island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong. Soon, Duan Lingtian snapped back to his senses. It had been 2.5 months since he arrived at Half Moon Island. When he first arrived, he knew that he would only be able to meet the island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong, after 3 months. Chapter 1321. Half a month ago, Duan Lingtian had already stayed on Half Moon Island for 2 months. He did not slack off at all during these 2 months. Apart from his cultivation base that had successfully entered the 3rd level of Emperor Wu stage and comprehended the 6th level Emperor stage sword profundity, he had also successfully cultivated the body and arrow synchronization from the Saint grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, to the beginner stage. He had also made great progress in the Aerolite strike. According to Wang Ba's estimation, he was not far from the elementary stage. The Saint grade martial tactics techniques were divided into 5 stages: first glimpse at the door, slight accomplishment, next level mastery, familiarity, perfection. The difference between each stage was like heaven and earth. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian tried to cultivate the other 2 offensive techniques in Colossal Aerolite Arrow, Aerolite Shower and Sound of Death. Although he had not cultivated the 2 to the beginner stage, he could already use them. With his current ability, Duan Lingtian easily killed Yuhan Emperor Wu, the owner of Yuhan Valley on Cloud Continent. He was ranked in the top 3 among the Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent. After killing Yuhan Emperor Wu and collecting his loot, Duan Lingtian did not continue cultivating and was ready to return. However, he heard a series of noises coming from afar as he was on his way back. It seemed like someone was fighting. Let's go take a look. Since he had nothing to do, Duan Lingtian went to the source of the noises to watch the show. I wonder who's fighting. It's quite a commotion. The noises were getting closer and closer. Soon, 2 people appeared before Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning descended from the sky, forming a lightning net that enveloped them, causing one of them to be in an extremely sorry state. Many parts of his robe were charred by the lightning. Wang Yu. With just one look, Duan Lingtian recognized the owner of the battered figure. It was the direct disciple of Qing Xian's Emperor Wu, Wang Yu. That alien, who possessed the innate ability to attack souls. He still remembered. Previously, when they were on the Hidden Fog Island, he and Wang Yu had competed for the first place in the Hidden Fog martial competition. At that time, he had relied on the Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, and his spiritual energy to break through Wang Yu's innate divine ability and defeat Wang Yu. In that battle, until now, no one could figure out how he was able to break Wang Yu's innate ability with one arrow. Is that a Dao cultivator? Soon, Duan Lingtian's eyes fell on Wang Yu's opponent. It was a young man in green. He stood there with his hands wide open. As he moved, bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. Using the power of heaven and earth and the power of nature against the enemy. Is this the technique of a Dao cultivator? Duan Lingtian exclaimed. Wang Yu is finally not holding back. When he saw a black lotus appearing and heading straight for the young man in green, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Wang Yu had finally used his trump card. Until now, Duan Lingtian could tell. Wang Yu was completely restrained by the lightning bolts that his opponent had attracted. He could not find a chance to attack his opponent at close range. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Boom! However, when the Black Lotus was still halfway, it was blocked by a golden light that swept past at a rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, the Black Lotus destroyed the golden light and continued to sweep toward the young man in green without slowing down. At this moment, the second, third, and fourth golden lights appeared one after another. They swept across the sky and headed straight for the Black Lotus. It was as though they would not stop until they destroyed it. Spiritual energy attack. Duan Lingtian could tell that this was the spiritual energy attack that the Dao cultivator had cast. It was also a soul attack. Although it could not destroy Wang Yu's innate ability, the Black Lotus, the continuous soul attack had depleted most of the Black Lotus's energy. It was no longer as powerful as before. In the end, the Black Lotus entered his body. However, his body merely trembled, and he was not affected. This Dao cultivator's spiritual energy is very strong. He's at least at the 4th level of the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian could tell what was going on. It was because of this that the Dao cultivator could continuously use his spiritual energy attack to offset most of the energy from the Black Lotus, causing the Black Lotus to be unable to enter his body. At this moment, the Black Lotus was no longer able to harm his soul, let alone destroy it. How's this possible? Wang Yu's expression changed drastically. He did not expect that his innate divine ability, which had always been successful in the past, would fail twice in a row. First, it was destroyed by Duan Lingtian. Today, it was destroyed by this Dao cultivator. Invincible innate ability? That's all there is to it. If I'm not mistaken. You're the most outstanding direct disciple of the strongest person on Cloud Continent. The Dao cultivator of unknown origin said disdainfully, it seems like you people from Cloud Continent are all a bunch of trash. Huh? Duan Lingtian frowned, and his expression darkened. Seeing that Wang Yu's aura was weakening and that he would die in this Dao cultivator's hands soon, Duan Lingtian was finally prepared to intervene. Putting aside the fact that Wang Yu was the direct disciple of Qing Xian's Emperor Wu and that Xuanai was acquainted with Qing Xian's Emperor Wu, he could not just stand by and watch. Even the words of this Dao cultivator had enraged him. People from Cloud Continent. Trash. He, Duan Lingtian, was from Cloud Continent. Trash. Let's see. Whoosh. A short-lived ear-piercing sound of wind whistling tore through the sky and alerted Wang Yu and the green-clad young man. Before the two of them could react, the air vibrated and streaks of light swept down from all directions, emitting a piercing sound. Whoosh! 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 The sky was filled with arrows raining down like a meteor shower. Everywhere they passed, the void vibrated. At the same time, they destroyed the streaks of lightning. Puff! The destruction of the lightning also meant that the green-clad young man's Tao technique was destroyed. As expected, he suffered a backlash. His body trembled, and his face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Who's there?" The green-clad young man's expression changed drastically. He shouted sternly as he stared in Wang Yu's direction. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Wang Yu. He looked at the green-clad young man calmly and said nonchalantly, "Tao cultivator. That's all there is to it." Duan Lingtian. Wang Yu's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. He immediately thanked him. At the same time, he sighed in relief. He knew that his life was saved. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the Tao cultivator also heard Wang Yu's words. His eyes narrowed. You're the person who won first place in the Hidden Fog martial competition. It was obvious that he had heard of Duan Lingtian's name. Not only did he win first place in the Hidden Fog martial competition, but he's also from Cloud Continent. The trash that you mentioned. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Wang Yu had already mocked him. Since you said that people from Cloud Continent are trash. I'm sure you don't mind fighting with trash like me, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes remained calm. However, if you lose, you're worse than trash. The green-clad young man's face turned pale as Duan Lingtian stared at him. He recalled the scene earlier. The arrows that rained down from the sky had easily broken his Tao technique. He knew very well that the person before him was more powerful than him. Humph. The green-clad young man snorted coldly. He wanted to retreat. However, before he left, he took a good look at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're the first place in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Your opponent should be the first place in our choral martial competition. When I return, I'll tell senior brother Luo about your provocation to our coral island. Just you wait. It won't be long before senior brother Luo comes to visit you. The green-clad young man emphasized the word visit when he reached the end of his sentence. It was obvious that he was trying to create a conflict between Duan Lingtian and the senior brother Luo he mentioned. The senior brother Luo you mentioned is the first place in the choral martial competition? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. He did not care if the green-clad young man was trying to create a conflict. That's right. The green-clad young man looked proud. Is he a Tao cultivator like you? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes. Why do you ask? The green-clad young man asked with a frown. If he's not a Tao cultivator, I'll have to make you stay and ask for advice. There are no Tao cultivators on Cloud Continent, and I've long wanted to find a Tao cultivator to spar with. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he grinned. However, since the senior brother Luo you mentioned is also a Tao cultivator, I'm not interested in you anymore. After all, you're too weak. I won't feel any sense of accomplishment if I defeat you. The green-clad young man's expression changed when he was looked down upon by Duan Lingtian. He said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Senior brother Luo will fulfill your wish. I only hope that you'll still be able to smile by then." After the green-clad young man finished speaking, he turned around and left. When he left, his figure was faintly discernible. His surroundings were filled with gusts of green wind as though he was walking with the wind. First, it's the thunder summoning technique, and now it's the wind riding technique. Tao techniques are really different from martial skills. Duan Lingtian muttered when he saw this. Duan Lingtian, I've heard of the person who ranked first in the Coral Island martial competition. His name is Luo Fengzhu, and he's the direct disciple of the first island master of Coral Island. His strength is not inferior to most of the Coral Island elders. Wang Yu said, moreover, Apart from the Coral Island disciples, many people from the Red Lotus continent near Coral Island also participated in the martial competition that was held on Coral Island. You can imagine Luo Fengzhu's strength if he's able to obtain first place in the martial competition. You must be prepared. Wang Yu reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw the battle intent in his eyes. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian nodded as his eyes gleamed brightly. Chapter 1322. Duan Lingtian, what martial skill did you use earlier? Although it's not as good as the arrow you used to break my innate ability, it's still much more powerful than the heaven rank advanced defensive martial skill that I cultivated. You must know that. My martial skill has already been cultivated to the perfection stage. On the way back, Wang Yu could not help but ask Duan Lingtian. Just now, the arrows that fell like a meteor shower, his heart was still filled with shock when he thought about it. He felt that the martial skill that Duan Lingtian cultivated was much more powerful than the martial skill that he cultivated. The two of them were not on the same level at all. In the face of Wang Yu's question, Duan Lingtian smiled and said nothing. He knew very well. The reason why Wang Yu asked this was because he did not know about the existence of the Saint-grade martial tactic. Even though I haven't cultivated the aerolite shower to the fundamental awareness stage, it's still quite powerful. With the help of the royal grade spirit archery set and my current strength, I was able to easily break through the Dao technique of the Dao cultivator who was at the 4th level martial emperor stage. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he recalled the scene earlier. The only defensive technique in the colossal aerolite arrow, the colossal arrow bell, requires me to cultivate the aerolite shower to the impeccable stage before I can start cultivating it. I must not fall behind on the aerolite shower when I cultivate it in the future. Duan Lingtian secretly made up his mind. The conversation with Han Shu and I earlier made him realize that the most powerful technique in the colossal aerolite arrow that he cultivated was the defensive technique, the colossal arrow bell. After all, he needed to cultivate the other technique to the impeccable stage before he could cultivate the colossal arrow bell. The impeccable stage was the highest stage of the Saint-grade martial tactic. The technique that was cultivated on this foundation would naturally be extraordinary. According to Han Shu and I, it could even be compared to the techniques in the Earth rank Saint-grade martial tactic. Duan Lingtian parted ways with Wang Yu when they returned to Half Moon Island where the people from Hidden Fog Island were staying. When they parted ways, Wang Yu once again expressed his gratitude to Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian had not appeared in time, he would have died in the hands of the Dao cultivator from the Coral Island. The people from the Hidden Fog Island stayed in a huge mansion that occupied a vast area. Duan Lingtian stayed in a mansion within the huge mansion. He was not the only one who lived in the residence. In addition to the 2 little girls, Han Shu and I and the 3 little guys also lived here. When he returned, Duan Lingtian found that they were all cultivating, so he did not disturb them. He went back to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Divine Dragon Transformation. While he was cultivating, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. I heard from Xuanai that once I break through to the mortal shedding stage, there'll be some changes to my cultivation method. I wonder what kind of changes will happen to my 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique at that time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Xuanai also said. Apart from innate talent, the cultivation method is also important for martial and Dao cultivators on the mortal shedding stage to open the hidden saint veins in their bodies. I wonder how many saint meridians my 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique can help me open. As he thought about this, Duan Lingtian looked forward to the day he would break through to the mortal shedding stage. He wanted to know how many saint veins he could open. Duan Lingtian. After closing his eyes to cultivate for a while, Duan Lingtian heard a voice coming from outside before he had even sat down for a while. You're here so soon. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and revealed a surprised expression. He could tell who it was. The voice belonged to the Coral Island Dao cultivator who almost killed Wang Yu earlier. After he walked out of the room, Duan Lingtian noticed that Ke, Li Fei, Han Xuanai, and the three little fellows had also been awakened by the voice. They walked out of the room one by one. Young master. Scoundrel. Brother. The two little girls and the three little fellows looked at Duan Lingtian in unison with expressions of worry. Brother Lingtian, do you know who's calling you? Judging from the voice, it seems like he's not friendly. Why don't I go and kill him? Han Xuanai said to Duan Lingtian. The little devil's elegance was apparent at a glance. There's no need for that. He's just a small fry. Duan Lingtian shook his head and rose into the air, heading toward the source of the voice. Han Xuanai immediately followed. She loved to join in the fun. The two girls and the three little fellows followed as well. Duan Lingtian came to a halt in the sky as he faced the two young men. The one standing in front of the two young men was dressed in green. His long brown hair fluttered in the wind like tiny pythons that kept twisting. As he stood there, he gave off a cold and sinister aura, as if he was a venomous snake lying dormant in the dark. Behind him was another young man in green. The young man in green was the person who almost killed Wang Yu not long ago. He was the Coral Island Dao cultivator. The identity of the young man in green was obvious. Luo Fengzhu. He was the person who won first place in the Coral Island martial arts competition not long ago. He was a powerful Dao cultivator. Duan Lingtian. Soon, Wang Yu arrived as well. The people from the Hidden Fog Island appeared one after another. Soon, apart from the first and third island masters of the Hidden Fog Island, almost everyone had arrived. First place in the Hidden Fog martial arts competition, Duan Lingtian. Luo Fengzhu finally spoke. His voice was cold and emotionless. First place in the Coral Island martial arts competition, Luo Fengzhu. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he faced Luo Fengzhu. He asked in a neither fast nor slow manner. Luo Fengzhu. He's Luo Fengzhu. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, many of the Hidden Fog Island's disciples had a slight change in their expressions. Do you know him? The people from the Cloud Continent looked at the group of Hidden Fog Island's disciples in confusion. Luo Fengzhu is the direct disciple of the first island master of the Coral Island. His ability is stronger than most of the Coral Island's elders. According to Duan Lingtian, he must have won first place in the Coral Island martial arts competition not long ago. With Luo Fengzhu's ability, it's not strange for him to win first place in the Coral Island martial arts competition. However, Duan Lingtian is from the Cloud Continent while Luo Fengzhu is from the Coral Island. Why would they have a conflict? Many of the Hidden Fog Island's disciples whispered among themselves. At this moment, the people from the Cloud Continent finally regained their senses and found out about Luo Fengzhu's identity. He was the direct disciple of the first island master of the Coral Island. He won first place in the Coral Island martial arts competition. As for the Coral Island, most of them had never heard of it before. However, it was easy for them to guess that it was one of the 4 overseas Saint Islands. According to Lin Tai, you said that the Coral Island's disciples are trash. Luo Fengzhu stared at Duan Lingtian as his eyes gleamed coldly. The Lin Tai he mentioned was obviously the green-clad young man behind him, the Coral Island's Dao cultivator who had fled from Duan Lingtian not long ago. An uproar broke out as soon as Luo Fengzhu was done speaking. Duan Lingtian dares to provoke the Coral Island like that? No wonder Luo Fengzhu came with ill intentions. Many people discussed among themselves. Only a minority of them believed Duan Lingtian. They thought it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to say something like that. Wang Yu's expression changed. Although he was prepared for Lin Tai's intention to create a conflict between Duan Lingtian and Luo Fengzhu, he did not expect Lin Tai to accuse him. It was Lin Tai who looked down on the people from the Cloud Continent and said they were trash. Now, He actually said that Duan Lingtian said the Coral Islands disciples were trash. Everything that was white was black because of him. When Wang Yu was about to explain himself, Duan Lingtian stopped him. After stopping Wang Yu, Duan Lingtian looked at Luo Fengzhu and said nonchalantly, "So what if I did?" The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, those who did not believe Duan Lingtian were stunned. "Since you've admitted it, I'd like to see what you're capable of. What right do you have to say my Coral Islands disciples are trash?" Luo Fengzhu's eyes gleamed coldly as he shouted. At the same time, his body moved as though he was being blown by the wind toward Duan Lingtian. He was using his Dao technique to travel with the wind. His speed was not inferior to gloomy Emperor Wu, who was killed by Duan Lingtian not long ago. When Luo Fengzhu made his move, everyone's eyes focused on him. "Brother Lingtian." Spirit Profound Emperor Wu had a grave expression on his face. Based on Luo Fengzhu's speed, he could tell he was no match for Luo Fengzhu. Although he wanted to help Duan Lingtian, there was nothing he could do. If he went up now, he would only be a burden to Duan Lingtian. Qing Xian Emperor Wu originally wanted to help Duan Lingtian. However, when he saw Han Xuanai's calm expression, he dismissed the idea. Does Miss Xuanai have confidence in Duan Lingtian? Qing Xian Emperor Wu thought to himself. He could tell Luo Fengzhu's speed was not inferior to Thunder Emperor Wu and Gloomy Emperor Wu, who were ranked below him in terms of strength on Cloud Continent. With such speed, Luo Fengzhu's strength was definitely not weak. He might even be stronger than Thunder Emperor Wu and Gloomy Emperor Wu. Would Duan Lingtian be a match for such an existence? He was deeply skeptical. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian took out a bow and an arrow at lightning speed, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian stepping on the arrow as he shot out. How is this possible? His speed is actually... Qing Xian Emperor Wu realized that Duan Lingtian's speed was not inferior to Luo Fengzhu's. Body and arrow synchronization. In the face of Luo Fengzhu, who was rushing toward him, Duan Lingtian immediately used a movement technique from the colossal aerolite arrow to avoid him. Seeing Duan Lingtian's speed, Luo Fengzhu's eyes were filled with surprise. His arms suddenly shook and swept out like a dragon, shaking the void. In an instant, blue water dragons appeared out of thin air around Duan Lingtian, who was dozens of meters away. The divine dragons that were completely made of water swept over from all directions toward Duan Lingtian. They forced Duan Lingtian to the point that he had no choice but to face them head-on. However, would Duan Lingtian let Luo Fengzhu lead him by the nose? The answer was no. Aerolite strike. Chapter 1323. Whoosh. The arrow shot out like a falling meteor and collided with one of the water dragons. From the beginning to the end, it shattered the water dragon as though it was breaking a dead branch. For a moment, a gap appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Body and arrow synchronization. Another arrow was shot out. Duan Lingtian landed on the arrow and escaped through the gap. Boom! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian escaped, the water dragons that filled the sky rushed toward the place where he was standing. They collided with each other and created a series of deafening noises. At the same time, waves of shockwaves swept out and spread out, sending those with a lower cultivation base flying. Shooting star arrow hail. After Duan Lingtian escaped, he looked at Luo Fengzhu coldly. With a raise of his hand, the bowstring was drawn to a full moon before another arrow was shot out. This time, the arrow was aimed at the top of Luo Fengzhu's head. In a flash, the arrows that filled the sky fell like a meteor shower. Luo Fengzhu had nowhere to hide. Shooting star arrow hail. Insignificant skill. Luo Fengzhu shouted in a low voice. The green robe on his body shook, and solidified arrows that were completely made of water appeared in the air. Go! Following Luo Fengzhu's shout, arrows made of water flew out and blocked the arrows that were falling from the sky. One arrow against one arrow. In just a blink of an eye, Luo Fengzhu had blocked Duan Lingtian's attack. I was wondering, how is it possible for him to cast such a powerful attack and display such a fast speed without using any external force? As it turns out, the green robe on his body is a spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He could tell that the green robe on Luo Fengzhu was not simple. Luo Fengzhu's strength and speed were boosted by the green robe. No wonder you dare to say that the Coral Islands disciples are trash. You do have some strength. However, it's time for this to end. As Luo Fengzhu spoke unhurriedly, his eyes flashed. Then, he disappeared from where he stood. Whoosh! Luo Fengzhu was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was near Duan Lingtian. However, he did not rush towards the Duan Lingtian. Instead, he circled around the Duan Lingtian and moved faster and faster, dazzling the onlookers. What is he trying to do? Many people present were at a loss. They did not know what Luo Fengzhu was up to. Duan Lingtian, who was at the center of it all, had a grave expression on his face. This was Luo Fengzhu's goal. At this moment, he could clearly sense the instability of the airflow in the air. Traces of sharp aura were constantly growing stronger. It's wind. Soon, Duan Lingtian guessed what Luo Fengzhu was doing. He's borrowing the wind. After guessing Luo Fengzhu's intention, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and shot another arrow. He used body and arrow synchronization in an attempt to escape from Luo Fengzhu's encirclement. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian moved with the arrow at a very fast speed. From afar, Duan Lingtian should have been happy that he was about to break out of the encirclement. However, his expression changed abruptly. Oh no! Almost in an instant, numerous solidified green wind blades appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Lingtian. They tore through the sky and headed straight for him. The numerous wind blades seemed as if they wanted to mince Duan Lingtian to death. This Dao technique is too strange. At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply felt the terror of a Dao cultivator. The Dao technique cast by a Dao cultivator was impossible to guard against. The wind blades that filled the sky swept toward Duan Lingtian and arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not have time to retrieve his arrow. Oh no! Yang Hui's expression changed drastically. He could see that Duan Lingtian was in danger. Ke and Li Fei's expressions changed as well. Brother Lingtian. Han Xuanai, who originally wanted to make a move, dismissed the idea when she saw Duan Lingtian's expression had calmed down. She believed in her brother Lingtian. Clang! 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 Almost everyone's hearts were in their mouths when they thought Duan Lingtian was about to be killed by the wind blades controlled by Luo Fengzhu. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound that was unpleasant to the ear resonated in the air. The sound was deafening and sounded almost at the same time. Pooh! Barf! Instantly, some spectators with low cultivations were shaken to the point their internal organs trembled, and a sweetness arose from their throats, causing them to be unable to refrain from spitting out mouthfuls of dazzling and resplendent blood. Sound of the yellow springs. Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold. With a flick of his fingers, the bowstring in his hand vibrated. It sounded like the sound of a zither. However, the sound of the zither was unpleasant to the ears. Although the sound was unpleasant to the ears, it was not weak at all. In just a blink of an eye, the bowstring in Duan Lingtian's hand shot out a solid arc of light with every flick of his fingers. Duan Lingtian's movements were very fast. The arcs of light shot out one after another toward the wind blades that were coming at him. In just a blink of an eye, a series of dull sounds that were accompanied by waves of air swept out. The arcs of light shot out from Duan Lingtian's bowstring with every flick of his fingers blocked the wind blades that were coming at him. How's this possible? Luo Fengzhu's expression changed drastically. He did not expect this to happen at all. In his opinion, since Duan Lingtian was adept in long-range attacks with the bow and arrow, then by right, close combat should be his weakness. Due to this reason, he decided to cast a Dao art to condense wind blades and launch a surprise attack. He believed Duan Lingtian would not be able to use the bow and arrow in his hand in time under his attack. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian was not only strong in long-range attacks, but he was also strong in close combat. With the help of the bowstring, it was as though he had the help of God. You're right. It's time for all of this to end. Luo Fengzhu's expression changed drastically as he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's close combat ability. At this moment, the arrow that appeared out of nowhere in his hand shot out again. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Lingtian shot out with the arrow at an increasing speed. In just a blink of an eye, he was close to Luo Fengzhu. At this moment, Luo Fengzhu finally regained his senses. Water wall. Luo Fengzhu grunted with a solemn expression. A wall appeared out of thin air in front of him. To be more precise, it was a water wall. The water wall was completely made of water. It formed a layer of defense in front of Luo Fengzhu. Boom! Duan Lingtian crashed into the water wall with the arrow. However, the water wall only trembled slightly. It was not destroyed. Interesting. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he stepped on the arrow and shot up into the sky. At the same time, another arrow appeared in his hand. He knocked the arrow on the bowstring and pulled the bowstring into the shape of a full moon in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian looked down at his feet. He only let go of the arrow after the arrowhead was aimed at Luo Fengzhu's head. Falling star strike. In an instant, the arrow fell from the sky like a falling meteorite. It rolled with a vast force. When Duan Lingtian shot out the arrow, the water wall in front of Luo Fengzhu had already shifted to the void above his head to protect him. Whoosh! The arrow fell and crashed into the water wall in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a loud bang, the water wall shook. Ripples appeared on the water wall. It was a mess. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. This time, the power of the arrow shattered the water wall as if it was made of rotten wood. Then, it continued to pierce Luo Fengzhu's head without slowing down at all. Luo Fengzhu would definitely die if the arrow hit him. Although the water wall had blocked most of the arrow's force, it would not be difficult for it to kill Luo Fengzhu. Just when Luo Fengzhu's expression changed drastically and despair appeared in his eyes. At the critical moment, when the arrow was only a few feet away from Luo Fengzhu, a layer of fiery red barrier appeared above his head out of nowhere. This layer of barrier was formed by flames. It emitted a scorching aura as though it could burn everything. Chi! 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 The arrow fell and slammed into the barrier formed by the flames. However, it only created sparks on the barrier. It didn't even shake the barrier in the slightest. Who's that? Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and with a raise of his hand, he withdrew the arrow that had completely exhausted its strength within the inscription formation, and his eyes were suffused with dense coldness. Whoosh! Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a grey-clad old man appeared in front of Duan Lingtian as though a gust of wind had blown past. He looked at Duan Lingtian calmly. Young man, you should be lenient when possible. The grey-clad old man glanced at Duan Lingtian and said nonchalantly. From the beginning until the end, the grey-clad old man's expression did not change at all. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. It was a disdain that came from the bottom of his heart. Master. First Island Master. Just when Han Xuan'ai and the others' expressions changed, Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai bowed at the old man one after another. Their tone was extremely respectful. The grey-clad old man's identity was obvious. The first island master of Coral Island. The old one came after the young one. Interesting. When Duan Lingtian saw the first island master of Coral Island, he knew he would not be able to kill Luo Fengzhu today. He could not help but mock in a deep voice. Fengzhu, what's going on? The first island master of Coral Island asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. He had rushed over when he heard that Luo Fengzhu was here. He had no idea what had happened in between. First island master, he said our Coral Island's disciples are trash. Senior brother Luo was so angry that he came to settle the score with him. Before Luo Fengzhu could speak, Lin Tai hurriedly said. He said our Coral Island's disciples are trash. Upon hearing Lin Tai's words, the first island master of Coral Island's expression changed. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his gaze was cold. It was extremely cold. You're slandering us. Duan Lingtian never said that. Wang Yu, who was watching from the side, realized the severity of the situation. He glared at Lin Tai and shouted. However, Lin Tai ignored him. The first island master of Coral Island ignored him even more. On one hand, it was a stranger. On the other hand, it was his Coral Island's disciples. Naturally, he was more inclined to believe the latter. What? The great first island master of Coral Island wants to make a move on me? Chapter 13:24. With your strength, it won't be difficult for you to kill Fengzhu. Since you showed mercy in the beginning, I'll give you a chance. The first island master of Coral Island looked at Duan Lingtian calmly as he spoke slowly. However, he paused when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, he was like a judge of life and death looking down at a person whose life and death he could judge. Show mercy. When Duan Lingtian heard the first island master of Coral Island's words, he sneered inwardly. In the beginning, the reason he did not use his full strength was because he wanted to compete with the Tao cultivator. He did not intend to show mercy. If he was not curious about the Tao cultivator, Luo Fengzhu would have been a corpse. Although Luo Fengzhu was powerful and was not inferior to the Spirit Orchid Emperor Wu, he was easily killed by the Spirit Orchid Emperor. However, not long ago, Martial Emperor Yulan had been easily killed by him. This Coral Island disciple, Luo Fengzhu, who was not much stronger than Martial Emperor Yulan, naturally could not withstand more than a few moves from him. Naturally, he would have to use his full strength without holding back. When he fought with Luo Fengzhu earlier, he was not in a hurry to use his full strength because he wanted to gain a better understanding of the Tao cultivator's Tao technique. It was only later when he shot up into the sky that he unleashed his full strength with the last arrow. When he unleashed his full strength with the meteorite strike from the colossal aerolite arrow, he easily destroyed the defensive Tao technique that Luo Fengzhu cast. He was only a hair's breadth away from killing Luo Fengzhu. This was because the first island master of Coral Island appeared at the critical moment and saved Luo Fengzhu. You, kill yourself. The first island master of Coral Island paused for a moment before he continued, this way, you'll still have a complete corpse. Otherwise, once I make my move, you'll definitely die without a complete corpse. It was apparent that the chance he mentioned was for Duan Lingtian to kill himself. The moment the first island master of Coral Island finished speaking, apart from Han Xuan'ai and the three little fellows, the people from the hidden fog island who were watching, including Ke and Li Fei, had a change of expression. Suicide? Those who were close to Duan Lingtian had a grave expression on their faces. Suicide? Hearing the words of the Coral Island's first island master, Duan Lingtian was taken aback at first, but then he could not help but smile brilliantly. What are you laughing at? The Coral Island's first island master's face sank, killing intent bursting out from his eyes. His robes fluttered despite the absence of wind, as if he could attack at any moment. I am laughing at your naivety. You even interfered when I killed Luo Fengzhu, the person who ranked first in the choral martial competition. Do you think Island Master Tang won't interfere if you try to kill me, the person who ranked first in the Hidden Fog martial competition? Now, Duan Lingtian was looking at the first Island Master as if he was looking at an idiot. After arriving at Half Moon Island, the person who was most likely to become the direct disciple of the Island Master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong, was undoubtedly the champion of the 3 overseas Saint Islands martial competition. He was one of them. On the other hand, the 3 overseas Saint Islands were so eager to help Di Yong, the Island Master of Half Moon Island, find a suitable candidate for his personal disciple. They had even paid a lot of Saint Stones for this. He definitely wouldn't believe that they wouldn't get any benefits. Tang Zhen, the first Island Master of Coral Island, frowned. He just remembered that he was currently in the sky above the Hidden Fog Island people's lodging that Half Moon Island had arranged for them. At that moment, a cold gleam shot out from his eyes. He made up his mind. He had to kill Duan Lingtian before Tang Zhen, the Island Master of Hidden Fog Island, appeared. Whoosh! Just as the first Island Master of Coral Island made up his mind, a gust of wind blew past. A figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was an old figure. Lu Zhong. The person who appeared was none other than Tang Zhen, the Island Master of Hidden Fog Island. After he appeared, he stared coldly at the first Island Master of Coral Island, Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong's face darkened when he saw Tang Zhen appearing at this moment. He knew that since Tang Zhen had appeared, he could no longer kill Duan Lingtian. Humph. Lu Zhong snorted coldly and called out to Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai, "Let's go." As he spoke, he brought Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai with him and prepared to leave. From the beginning until the end, Tang Zhen did not say anything. He only appeared to protect Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian was fine, there was no need for him to get into a conflict with Lu Zhong. Both of their strengths were on par with each other. It would not benefit anyone if they got into a conflict. Stop right there. However, although Tang Zhen was willing to let Lu Zhong leave, someone else was not. As an indifferent voice resonated, Lu Zhong brought Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai to a halt. The 3 of them turned around in unison and looked in the direction of the voice. A young girl was standing there. She was dressed in yellow and looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai and said to her through voice transmission, "Xuanai, let him go. I'm afraid his strength is not inferior to Tang Zhen's. If he cultivates a saint-grade martial tactic, you might not be a match for him." Although he wanted to tear Lu Zhong into pieces, he knew he did not have the strength to do so yet. He would remember today's incident in his heart. If he was stronger than Lu Zhong one day in the future, he would look for Lu Zhong to settle today's score. 10 years was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Due to this reason, he was very calm. Han Xuanai did not reply to Duan Lingtian. She slowly stepped forward and faced Lu Zhong and the other 2 people. "Little girl, don't think you can act presumptuously in front of me just because Tang Zhen is backing you up. If you anger me, even Tang Zhen won't be able to protect you," Lu Zhong said in a deep voice as he looked at Han Xuanai. His tone was cold as he spoke. Tang Zhen's expression darkened as he glared at Lu Zhong. Han Xuanai glanced at Lu Zhong indifferently and said coldly, "You're thinking too much. I don't need anyone to back me up." "You don't need anyone to back you up?" Lu Zhong was stunned before he sneered, "I'm curious. Where did you get your confidence from? How dare you provoke me? I'll give you a chance. Kill yourself. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't have a complete corpse." Han Xuanai spoke slowly and repeated the words that Lu Zhong said to Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that she wanted to stand up for Duan Lingtian. "You want me to kill myself? Otherwise, you'll make sure I don't have a complete corpse. Lu Zhong was stunned when he heard Han Xuanai's words. Then, he could not help but laugh. Even Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai, who were following behind Lu Zhong, looked at Han Xuanai with a mocking smile. They thought that Han Xuanai was crazy. In their opinion, only a lunatic could say such things to the first island master of Coral Island. As soon as Han Xuanai said that, apart from Duan Lingtian, Ke, Li Fei, the three little ones, and Qing Xian's Emperor Wu, the rest of them thought that Han Xuanai was purposely provoking Lu Zhong. They did not think that Han Xuanai had the ability to make Lu Zhong die without a complete corpse. They thought that Han Xuanai said that to stand up for Duan Lingtian. Even Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, thought the same. From now on, I'll only give you 3 breaths of time. Kill yourself or die without a complete corpse. Han Xuanai continued. Her voice was as cold as before. 3 breaths of time. Very good. Now, there are only 2 breaths of time left. I, Lu Zhong, would like to see how a little girl like you is going to make sure I don't have a complete corpse. Lu Zhong looked at Han Xuanai from head to toe. Other than disdain, there was only contempt in his eyes. In his eyes, Han Xuanai was just a little girl who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. She was not a threat to him at all. There's still 1 breath of time left. Another breath of time passed. Lu Zhong took the initiative to remind Han Xuanai. His eyes were filled with mockery. He was waiting for Han Xuanai to slap herself in the face after this breath of time. You're overestimating yourself. Lin Tai, who was standing behind Lu Zhong, mocked. Time's up. Han Xuanai finally spoke. When her voice was heard, it was still fine when it entered the ears of others. However, when it entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it was like the sound of death. Duan Lingtian knew Han Xuanai very well. If she was not completely confident, she would not have said what she said earlier. This Lu Zhong is finished. Although he did not know why Han Xuanai was so confident that she could kill Lu Zhong, he did not doubt Han Xuanai's words at all. If Han Xuanai said that she wanted Lu Zhong dead, it was impossible for Lu Zhong to live. Soon, Duan Lingtian got his answer. Han Xuanai raised her hand and shot something out as soon as she finished speaking. Upon closer inspection, it was a piece of paper. A piece of paper that was light as a feather. It was a piece of yellow paper that was filled with scribbles. Dao Talisman. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted when he saw the familiar yellow paper and the familiar scribbles. His face was filled with astonishment. Lin. Just as Duan Lingtian was horrified, Han Xuanai had already shouted in a low voice. Her voice was not loud, but it was heard by everyone present. Then, everyone present saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. As Han Xuanai said the word Lin, the scribbles on the yellow paper turned into dust instantly. At the same time, Lu Zhong's body exploded and turned into flesh and blood that filled the air. Not a single piece of him was intact. Before Lu Zhong's body exploded, everyone present saw a disdainful smile on his face. Lu Zhong was smiling as he exploded into flesh and blood that filled the air. Master. First Island Master. The flesh and blood that filled the air splashed onto Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai, who were the closest to Lu Zhong. However, they did not seem to feel anything. After exclaiming in shock, they were stunned. The scene just now had left them completely dumbfounded. Soon, Han Xuanai made her move. As she raised her hand, cold air condensed and turned the flesh and blood in the air into ice sculptures. The ice sculptures then turned into dust and disappeared from the world. Silence. The entire place was dead silent. Apart from the 3 little fellows, everyone present, including Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, stared blankly at the yellow-clad girl not far away. At this moment, they felt a gush of cold air rising from the soles of their feet to their heads. It's a Dao Talisman. Although it's different from the 3 Dao talismans my cheapskate father gave me, the one she used earlier was indeed a Dao talisman. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally knew why Han Xuanai was so confident. It turned out that she had a Dao talisman with her. Chapter 1325. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're digging your own grave. Han Xuanai snorted. At that moment, the crowd's eyes were filled with fear as they looked at her. If they did not witness it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to imagine that such a harmless-looking young girl could kill Lu Zhong, the first island master of Coral Island, in just a blink of an eye. At that moment, in their eyes, this yellow-clad young girl was a little devil that they could not afford to offend. What's that yellow paper she threw out earlier? I don't know. All I saw was her throwing out the yellow paper and shouting, "Appear." The first island master of Coral Island died just like that. That yellow paper is too scary. She's the scary one. She even has something like that. The crowd whispered to each other. The yellow paper that was filled with scribbles was deeply imprinted in their minds. It was unforgettable. Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, gasped. His gaze was extremely complicated. He did not expect the yellow-clad young girl who followed him all the way to Half Moon Island would have such a technique. Lu Zhong's ability was not inferior to his. In other words, as long as this yellow-clad young girl wanted to, she could still kill him. After killing Lu Zhong, Han Xuanai's gaze landed on Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai. Both of their expressions changed drastically. Humph. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Han Xuanai snorted softly. As she lifted her hand, a gust of bone-piercing cold wind swept out. Before Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai could react, they were frozen into ice sculptures. Smack! Smack! Subsequently, the 2 ice sculptures trembled all of a sudden. Ferocious cracks appeared on them before they eventually turned into a pile of ice shards and fell from the sky. They crashed onto the ground and turned into a fine powder. At that moment, most of the people present could not help but gasp. When they looked at Han Xuanai again, their gazes were filled with fear and dread. In the sky, 2 silhouettes stood there. It was a middle-aged man who was tall and muscular like a bull. The other 2 were 3 old men. The fact that the 3 old men were standing behind him was enough to show that the middle-aged man's status was higher than theirs. The middle-aged man was dressed in black armor. He looked like a mighty general. However, his pair of bright and spirited eyes were now mixed with a bit of fear, fear that came from the bottom of his heart, fear that came from the soul. Who is she? If one listened carefully, they would be able to hear the slight tremble in his voice. Lord Island Master, she was brought here by the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Tang Zhen. One of the old men said. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would definitely recognize that the old man who was speaking now was the vice island master of Half Moon Island who had arranged accommodation for them 2.5 months ago. Xiao Kun. Even Xiao Kun had to respectfully address the middle-aged man as Lord Island Master, so his identity was naturally obvious. The island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong. Di Yong had a sturdy body and looked like an ox from afar. His eyes shone with a wise luster. It was obvious that he was not a simple-minded, brawny man. That made sense. As the island master of Half Moon Island, the head of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, how could he be an ordinary person? She actually has a Dao talisman. She must be from the Dao Martial Saint Land. Di Yong said solemnly. Dao talisman. The 3 old men were shocked and they heard Di Yong's words. Lord Island Master, did you say she used a Dao talisman earlier? Xiao Kun inhaled sharply, disbelief written all over his face. There's no way I'm mistaken. Although it's my first time seeing a Dao talisman, I've read about it in some ancient books. The way to use a Dao talisman is to throw it out and shout activate. De Yong said. Dao Talisman. Only Dao cultivators above the Saint Rudiment stage can draw it. Moreover, not all Dao cultivators above the Saint Rudiment stage can draw Dao talismans. It's said that one must be gifted in this aspect to draw Dao talismans. Otherwise, even a Saint stage Dao cultivator won't be able to draw it. The other two old men said hurriedly. Their faces were extremely solemn. In the Dao martial Saint land, it's very difficult for anyone below the Saint Rudiment stage to get a Dao talisman unless they have a powerful background. De Yong took a deep breath. There's either a powerhouse above the Saint Rudiment stage behind this girl or a powerful force in the Dao martial Saint land. No matter which one it is. She's not someone Half Moon Island can afford to offend. Lord Island Master, should we continue with the plan? If we offend the powerhouse or force behind this girl, our Half Moon Island. Although Xiao Kun did not finish his sentence, De Yong and the other two old men knew what he was going to say next. The other two old men were the Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island just like Xiao Kun. The plan is still the same. When the plan starts, we'll just send her away. Even if we can't afford to offend her, can't we just hide from her? De Yong said with a gleam in his eyes. As long as the plan comes to fruition, Lord Island Master's ability will definitely rise to another level. At that time, with Lord Island Master's ability, you'll definitely be able to take over a remote place in the Dao martial Saint land. It's nothing even if you have to give up Half Moon Island. Another Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island said. That's right. The last Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island agreed. If that's the case, we'll continue with the plan. However, it's a pity that Luo Fengzhu died, Xiao Kun said. Indeed. It's a pity. De Yong nodded. Although the plan is still the same, we'll have to make more preparations for this girl. We'll be busier in the next 2 weeks. Soon after, De Yong and the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island left. From the beginning until the end, nobody noticed their arrival. The news of Han Xuanai killing Lu Zhong, the first island master of Coral Island, and Luo Fengzhu, the number 1 of the Coral Martial competition, spread quickly to the entire Half Moon Island. Everyone on Half Moon Island knew that a female fiend had come to the Hidden Fog Island. She killed Lu Zhong, the first island master of Coral Island, in just 1 move. Even Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, was only evenly matched with Lu Zhong. It was impossible for him to do that. After this battle, most of the people from Hidden Fog Island were like mice that saw a cat when they saw Han Xuanai. Only Duan Lingtian and the rest who were familiar with Han Xuanai were not affected. However, the technique that Han Xuanai displayed still shocked Ke, Li Fei, and Qing Xian's Emperor Wu who were familiar with Han Xuanai. Young master. Ke passed something to Duan Lingtian. A saint token? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized that the thing that Ke passed to him was the saint token that contained the colossal aerolite arrow. Ke, you don't have to return it to me in a hurry. I don't need it now. You and little Fei, can't leave the colossal aerolite arrow until you've cultivated it to its peak. Duan Lingtian said. Just like the others, the 2 girls had to rely on the saint token to cultivate the saint-grade martial tactic that was stored in it. This was because they could only see part of the information in the saint token. They were unlike him who could read the saint-grade martial tactic in the saint token in 1 go and store it in his mind. They could only see the rest of the information after they had comprehended part of the information and cultivated it to a certain level. They could only see all the information in it after they had cultivated all the techniques in it to the stage of mastery. Mastery was the 4th stage of the techniques in the saint-grade martial tactic. After that was the immaculate refinement, which was also the 5th stage and the highest stage. Young master, Sister Fei, and I have tried many times during this period of time. We don't have any talent in archery. We're going to continue using swords. Ke said, so, it's useless for us to keep it. Duan Lingtian finally understood. He could understand Ke's words. If he was not an outstanding sniper in his previous life, he would not have mastered and familiarized himself with archery so quickly in this life. Everybody knew how to shoot archery. However, it wasn't a simple matter to ensure that all of his shots hit the target without missing a single time. Not to mention killing 2 birds with 1 stone, 3 birds with 1 stone, 4 birds with 1 stone, 5 birds with 1 stone. If we're going to use swords, I've thought of a good place. Duan Lingtian smiled after he put the saint token away. What place? Kerr's eyes lit up. After we're done here on Half Moon Island, I'll bring you and little Faye, to that place. At that time, you can pay your respects to senior sister Yang Shui along the way. You can also visit Peak Master Qin Xiang in the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian said. Yes. Ku'er nodded, and her pair of beautiful and moving eyes turned completely red when she heard Duan Lingtian mention Yang Shui. Time passed by quietly. In the next half a month, apart from cultivating, Duan Lingtian did not neglect the comprehension of the 2 profundities. At the same time, he did not forget to cultivate the techniques in the colossal aerolite arrow. Other than the defensive technique, the colossal arrow bell, which he could not cultivate for the time being, he had dabbled in the other techniques. However, he mainly cultivated 2 of the techniques. The aerolite strike and body and arrow synchronization. These 2 techniques were also the techniques that he had cultivated to the fundamental insight stage. Kid, your aerolite strike should be at the elementary stage in a few days. Half a month later, Wang Ba's voice came into Duan Lingtian's mind. I'm confident I can break through in 10 days. Unfortunately, the island master of Half Moon Island is going to select his direct disciple soon. I don't have much time, Duan Lingtian said. With your current ability. As long as that girl doesn't compete with you, it won't be difficult for you to become the island master of Half Moon Island's direct disciple. Wang Ba said. Xuanai. She's not interested in becoming the island master of Half Moon Island's direct disciple. She just wants to join in the fun. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. What about you? Are you interested in becoming the island master of Half Moon Island's direct disciple? Wang Ba asked Duan Lingtian as he said in disdain, according to my speculation, the island master of Half Moon Island is at the mortal shedding stage at most. Moreover, he's only at the lowest mortal shedding stage. Are you really going to acknowledge such an ant as your master? You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.